sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently, in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donnimale, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donnimale, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Beladilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently, in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donnimale, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Beladilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently, in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalay, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalay, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Beladilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights.
Very good morning to all of you and welcome to Minerals, Mining and Metals e-Conclave Day 2. Our theme is Indian Minerals, Mining and Metals sectors. What lies beneath? What lies ahead? We have our guest of honor, Sri Sajjan Jindal, Chairman and MD, JSW Steel Limited with us. We are commencing the opening session, Indian Steel Industry Rewriting the Growth Story of India. I would request our President, Mr. Abraham Stephanos, to kindly deliver his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Sri Sajjan Jindal, Chairman and MD, JSW Steel Limited. Sri Rana Som, Co-Chairman, Minerals and Mining Committee, Bengal Chamber and former CMD, NMDC. Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of the Minerals, Mining and Metals e-Conclave. What lies beneath, what lies ahead, being organized by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. My sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Sri Sajjan Jindal, Chairman and MD of JSW Steel Limited, for kindly accepting our invitation to address this e-Conclave. The theme of today's opening session is Indian Steel Industry, Rewriting the Growth Story of India. As of September 2021, India was the second largest producer of crude steel. In FY21, the production of crude steel and finished steel stood at 102.49 metric tons and 94.66 million tons, respectively. In FY22, crude steel production in India is estimated to increase by 18% to reach 120 million tons, driven by rising demand from customers. According to data released by the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade between April 2000 and June 2021, Indian metallurgical industries attracted FDI inflows of more than 16 billion US dollars. The National Steel Policy 2017 envisages 300 million tons of production capacity by 2030-31. The per capita consumption of steel has increased from 57.6 kg to 74.1 kg during the last 5 years. The government has a fixed objective of increasing rural consumption of steel from the current 19.6 kilograms per capita to 38 kilograms per capita by 2030-31. All this means that there is going to be tremendous growth in the steel industry, driven by the strength of the underlying demand in the Indian economy. At this time, 7% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from the steel sector. The risk is particularly applicable to India. Global steel production hovers between 1.6 to 1.8 billion tons right now. Half of this capacity is in China. The country, however, is cutting its steel output as it tries to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. Not only are steel plants getting lower production targets, the country is also moving away from primary production, smelting iron ore from ore, etc., to a bigger focus on making steel from scrap. But all things said and done, steel is a hard to abate sector because it needs coking coal for reducing iron ore to iron. Unlike other sectors, cleanup pathways to production of steel are yet to prove themselves economically. So the basic production technology for the near future would continue to remain the most effective technologies will be the blast furnace based technologies for producing steel and electric arc furnace technologies for using steel scrap. A policy insistence on decarbonization and the compulsion to buy expensive emission certificates are yet absent in India. But in the European Union, for example, they plan to impose a carbon emissions tax on imports like steel to offset the higher costs incurred by local producers of green steel. So therefore, it is very important for the steel industry to look at the ESG aspect to ensure that the assets do not end up being taxed indirectly or end up being ineffective in terms of the carbon footprint that they have. For small steel makers, this problem gets especially acute. The Indian government will have to find resources to help this large chunk of units decarbonize. Alternatively, smaller firms will struggle to raise money or raise it at even higher rates. If India sets up an emissions trading scheme, they will have to buy certificates in order to sell. So therefore, there are challenges in front of the steel industry as far as the greening of the industry is concerned. A pronounced revival in the commodity cycle rescued several steel companies and boosted their bottom lines, but the recovery has not been equal. Several secondary steel makers from Jharkhand, Maharashtra, West Bengal, and Chhattisgarh are shutting shop or on the verge of doing so. About 45% of India's crude steel comes from secondary makers. So therefore, it is also important to look at these aspects when we look at what lies ahead for the steel industries and how the steel industry should go about rewriting the growth story of India. With these comments, I would like to once again welcome all the participants and once again thank Sri Sajjan Jindal Ji for agreeing to address this e-Conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would request our guest of honor, Sri Sajjan Jindal Ji, to kindly deliver the keynote address of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty. Mr. Rana Som, Co-Chair, Minerals and Mining Committee of BCCI, Mr. Abraham Stephanos, President BCCI, distinguished guests, and member of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Over the years, I have had a number of interactions with the Bengal Chamber on numerous topics and have developed a great relationship with the core team members of the Chamber. So when Mr. Rana Som invited me to address the forum, I immediately accepted it. But before I proceed, I would like to extend my congratulations to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for their tireless work over the last few decades in providing the support that the industry requires and requests for. Your role in last many years, BCCI's role in the last many years has been crucial in the national development agenda. So congratulations for that. The topic chosen today for today's discussion is very interesting. Not only just for the industry, but for the growth of our great nation. Metals and minerals, especially steel, plays a very important part in nation's growth journey. We are in the midst of very interesting times. Countries have come to realize that in order to rebuild their economies, they need to invest significantly in their infrastructure. So the focus now is on building or rebuilding their national infrastructure, resulting in a positive impact on the global steel industry. While over $1 trillion set aside for India's infrastructure budget, I am confident that India's path to being recognized as a global economic powerhouse is paved in steel. I also see a strong new role for India as the factory of the world, as the world pursues alternatives to China as its global factory. We are the front runners in replacing this East Asian giant, given our skilled manpower, accompanied by our abundant natural resources and access to quality raw material. This new role for the country in the global supply chain will not only push the required industrialization, but also accelerate economic growth for our country. The government has set a target to increase the share of manufacturing sector in the national GDP to 25% by 2025 and to achieve 300 million tons per annum of steel production by 2030. This entails that multifold growth in steel production will be needed. While this sounds ambitious, this is not unattainable. We as an industry are at an inflection point, driven by a favorable shift in global supply and demand as well as a large local appetite, thus ensuring sustainable growth. I also have no doubt that the steel industry will be able to match, if not exceed, the expectations set for its contribution to the Indian GDP due to the investments in capacity additions, innovations, and introductions in cost-efficient and green technologies. As India's largest steel producers today, we at JSW Steel are adding capacity at an unprecedented rate. Our planned expansion over the next 4 years is equivalent or more than the capacity that we have achieved over the last 2 decades. While all this while also keeping sustainability at the core of our operations, ensuring that all our growth is complemented by conscious efforts towards sustainable manufacturing in a most cost-effective, less resource-intensive manner. We are also working towards increasing our dependence on renewable energy for all our requirements. While committed to contributing to the Indian steel industry and national economy, we are also committed to building a future for our communities that is safe, secure, and healthy. The first step towards developing globally competitive steelmaking capabilities lies in achieving self-sufficiency through continued backward and forward integration. This could be achieved through a few simple but assertive steps forward that will also ensure sustainable growth of Indian steel industry. Firstly, policy support is required not just to stimulate domestic demand, but also to create a level playing field and in turn attract further investments. Secondly, raw material security, especially that of coking coal, is key. Simply because currently the only commercially viable way of producing steel from iron ore is by using fossil fuels such as coking coal as reducing agents. Thirdly, reducing depends on imports of coking coal from a few sources such as Australia, United States, and Canada. The government has taken some focused measures under the National Steel Policy to mitigate the risk of import dependency by facilitating acquisitions of overseas assets and by exploring alternative, reliable and cheaper supplies. We still have a long way to go in making the steel industry in India self-sufficient. Recently, while speaking at the COP26 summit, our Honorable Prime Minister pledged to net zero program. India achieving zero emission rate by 2070. This is the first time India has set a target on climate action. As one of the biggest contributors to greenhouse gases globally, the steel industry has a crucial role to play in achieving this target. While the steel industry accounts for 0.7% of world's economic output, the industry contributes 7% towards global emissions. So just 0.7% of the GDP of the world is provided by steel industry and 7% of the global emissions. This needs to change and needs to change fast. Curtailing carbon emissions will require major upgradation at the steel mills, and the initiative will have to be taken at the industry as well as at the policy level. We will need an entirely new transformative approach in doing this. Point number one is that we have to be using carbon capture, utilization and storage, CCUS, with the existing fossil fuel based iron making, which is basically using the blast furnace and BOF route. Number two is substituting hydrogen for carbon as a reductant. So that is another very interesting proposition where we can introduce hydrogen in the blast furnace or in the DRI facility to convert to do work as a reducent. Number three is using renewable electrical energy for all the requirement in the steel plant. With the deployment of best available technologies, low carbon steel making would become competitive with respect to conventional methods. While the transition period may involve high initial capital cost as well as OPEX costs, proactive government support through well-designed policy will ensure that the industry is not discouraged from making this transition. Viable green steel production could be more than a decade away, even though several of the world's major steel makers, including us at JSW, are actively developing plans to adopt the process to meet carbon neutral goals. In this context, switching to clean hydrogen seems to be the most likely immediate or short-term solution to get to net zero. And while the prices of renewable electricity and green hydrogen are falling fast, the capital cost of setting up new plants and shutting down the old ones, I foresee will be a major barrier to change. However, a sustainable transition will not only come about on its own, we collectively have the responsibility to take some bold steps towards developing sustainable solutions. As I said when I started this address, we in the steel industry are in the midst of exciting times, and we will have to work together as an industry to ensure that we capitalize on the growth opportunities available to us while building a brighter and cleaner future for all. While we do this, in my opinion, we have a great future for the steel industry, for rebuilding the industry, because not only in India, this will be happening globally, and India could drive it from the front, because India is at a stage where we are developing the steel industry. Right now we are 110 million ton capacity, but we have to go to 300 million tons. So we can build the whole industry with the new ideas, new ways of reducing the carbon content in our system. So friends, thank you very much once again. Especially thanks to Mr. Rana Som and to BCC and I for inviting me for today's program. I wish the entire Minerals and Metals to do extremely well and to do all the best to the seminar. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I would request our co-chairman of the Minerals and Mining Committee, Mr. Rana Som, to kindly deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Arnab. Actually, you use the word formal, but then I think after hearing what Mr. Sajjan Jindal has said, that we did not be formal, we have been educated by him. My thanks to Mr. Sajjan Jindal, Mr. Abraham Stephanos, Arnab Chakraborty, ladies and gentlemen, and the participants who are participating in this program from various parts of the country. While I was hearing Mr. Sajjan Jindal, I was observing that he's a person who is not highlighting the problems. He is coming out with solutions. When he's talking of the problem of over-dependence on fossil fuel, coking coal, he's also indicating what he's doing, what the country is doing, and what the country should do to handle the problem. When he's talking of reducing the carbon footprint, because steel industry is basically environmental. It has an environmental problem. 0.7% of GDP is producing 7% of global carbon emissions. He's coming out with solutions again. He's talking of carbon capture and utilization system. He's talking of green technology, and he's working on it. In fact, Mr. Sajjan Jindal today, he is not only the largest steelmaker in India. I have some access being associated with Platts Global, which is, as a judge, I know I've got a little bit of access of what the people are doing across the country, across the world. When I observe that in that forum, every year, his performance and role is being discussed at length about his contribution in innovation, about his contribution in acquisition, his contribution in even CSR, apart from his contribution in increasing the production and value addition. I feel really proud. I am really grateful to Mr. Sajjan Jindal for having agreed to come to address this session of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I thank you very much. I also hasten to add that this program will see a large number of very important people who will be participating in this program in the later part of the day. Mr. Jindal will obviously be busy, but we will be also watching them speaking, and my advance thanks to all of them, because I feel that what Mr. Sajjan Jindal has said, that will be carried forward by the speakers who are coming next. Thank you.
Sir, with this, we conclude the opening session of day 2 of Minerals and Mining and Metals e-Conclave. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees. This plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back again at Good morning, everyone, and welcome back again with a fireside chat session with the Chairman Cell, the Shoma Mondol, on steel sector's bull run. How long will the steam last? We are honored with your august presence, ma'am. Despite of your busy schedule, you have kindly consented with us. The session will be moderated by Mr. Sandeep Kumar, Chairperson of Metals Committee and Managing Director of Tata Metaliks Limited. Over to Mr. Kumar.
Thank you, Arnab. Good morning, Madam. Good morning to all the participants and guests here. I think it's a privilege for all of us to have the Chairperson of SAIL with us today. And we are really lucky because also the fact that she has been the Director Commercial of SAIL today. So the topic is actually very relevant. And in the context of today's bull market run of steel, which has really troubled a lot of people, I think the downstream industry would be looking forward to some, let's say, moderation in prices, which we've already seen, let's say, over the last 1 month. But where are we headed is the question. I think the fact that the steel has had such a strong run for over last 12 to 16 months is something which has been pretty interesting. And is it cyclical, or is it a different, are we looking at a different trajectory altogether? So, Madam, we would like to know from you, where are we headed from here?
Thank you, Sandeep and Arnab. And I think I can see Mr. Stephanus also. Thank you, Stephanus, for inviting me here.
Thank you very much.
As we are all aware, steel is a commodity that has been cycling in nature like any other commodity. And with the COVID pandemic, the cycle span has not only shortened, it has become a bit erratic also. The global steel prices saw a lot of sudden spikes and then a little of pullbacks to some extent in the last 1.5 years. But overall, they have remained northbound. Many factors can be attributed to this phenomenon, like intermittent lockdowns for which the production was curtailed, then followed by sudden spurt in demand, because naturally when production is curtailed, there would be a mismatch between the production and demand. There have been logistic constraints, vessel shortages, ocean freight. There has been iron ore and coal price fluctuations. The government in various geographies took many initiatives to bring back economy, and in different spans of time. Then coupled with it, there was this China-Australia trade relations, which have added fuel to the fire. Then with the reduction in demand in China, of course, now China is also curtailing the production month on month due to environmental concerns in the second half of this calendar year. We also had some capacity utilization in the rest, increase in capacity utilization in the rest of the world. And because of this, there has been softening in prices in various geographies of Asia and Europe in the last 1 or 2 months. On the domestic front, there was an increase in thermal coal prices, and because of which, as we all know, the long prices are impacted by the domestic supply and demand, domestic prices. Because of the increase in the thermal coal prices, this led to a spike in rebars and other long product prices. However, since mid of October, November, and beginning November, there has been a reduction in thermal coal prices, and with the improvement in Coal India supplies, the sponge iron, ingot, and long product prices have all come down. But there has been a reduction in export of pellets also, due to drop in production in China, which had a bearing on the domestic iron ore prices. This has further aided the drop in price by the secondary producers, that the EF-IF value chain. But the flat product prices normally is in sync with the international prices, the domestic flat product prices. And since the global prices of flat had softened, this has also softened in India. But the fact remains that the high coking coal prices still remain a challenge for the BF-BOF route manufacturers. Having said this, I can say that domestic demand remains intact. There's already a push from central government for improved spending on infrastructure and construction. Big infra drive is taking place with schemes like dedicated freight corridors, Sagarmala, Bharatmala, airports, the second tier cities also, expressways and highways. Then you have metros, Har Ghar Jal, PMAY. Then real estate is also in the increase, bullet train. Then you have defense corridor, investment in defense corridors, etc. You know, the sector, the construction and the infrastructure sector alone consumes around 68% of the steel produced in India. And we are very positive on infrastructure and construction, and it will add to the steel demand in the coming times. The sectors like automobile, engineering, packaging, pipes and tubes also hold a good promise and is likely to perform well in the coming times. On the supply front, as per the JPC estimates, the crude steel production in India between April to November 21 has surpassed the pre-COVID level of 1819 and 1920. And the country is likely to have the best crude steel production during 21-22. India continues to be a net exporter of steel, and the domestic consumption has almost attained pre-COVID levels, around 99% of pre-COVID level. We are actually hopeful that the coming quarters, January to March, traditionally the strongest in terms of demand of steel products, and the same demand would further consolidate it. The prices would remain range bound in the next quarter, and in the next year also it would remain range bound. This is what I would like to say to your question of where are we headed.
Right. No, it's a difficult question, and I understand your predicament as well. But so essentially, there is a demand drive, which is what you're saying is looking pretty strong, not only in India, but also I think in rest of the world. I think projections are very, very good, except for maybe China, which is looking a little weak in terms of demand and supply both. But there's also the factor of raw materials. If you look at iron ore, I think after reaching its peak of almost $230 or so, a few months back, it has tumbled now to, let's say $100, $110, $120. So that's a massive fall. Coal, having reached $400 plus, has also come down to about $320, $330, maybe it's $340 now. So, from the supply push, or rather raw material push, cost push side, there has been some relief for the steel industry. At the same time, there is a demand pull. So it looks that we are in for some good times for the steel industry. And that's what I could, get a sense from you. But there is also the factor of the quantitative easing by different governments getting rolled back. And we have seen some news from the Fed, although RBI hasn't followed suit. And therefore, there could be a possibility of some reversal there. I don't know whether, what impact it's going to have on the steel industry. But let's say there is a strong demand pull, there is a push from the cost side, and then there is the money, the liquidity which was being pumped. All these three factors make a little bit of a cocktail which is a mixed bag. But I think you still see that in India, we're going to have a pretty robust market over the next few quarters. That's what I could gather from you. And what about the rest of the world? We'll more or less follow, and we'll be in sync with the rest of the world despite China going down?
Yes, you see, so far as China is concerned, it has the demand has come down because of various reasons, but then there has been a considerable reduction in production also. So that is not going to impact. In fact, I think that would be an advantage to us. So far as the rest of the world goes, post-COVID, there has been a lot of infrastructure push everywhere. I understand that a little of easing is taking place now with the Fed and etc. But I would consider that the infrastructure push which has taken place in most of the geographies, that would continue, and that would continue to keep the demand high. You look at the prices, the global prices. You're talking about Europe. You're talking about US. US is double the price, more than double the price of the HR is double. In Europe also it's significantly higher. So there is, the arbitrage is huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I don't think that is going to impact us. So we have still a long way to go there.
Yeah. In fact, I remember meeting some of the people in a couple of seminars earlier last year, and from the downstream side, from the manufacturing sector, and who were consumers of steel, and they were up in arms saying the steel makers are making a lot of money while we are suffering. And then I had to remind them that, look, when the steel industry suffered, it's a cyclical one. And right now the cost push is so heavy. But fortunately, I think the margins also are today very good. And I hope they continue. But, there is another factor which I would like to bring your attention to, is the implications of COP26 and the decarbonization that's, imperatives around the world. I think Europe is already making some big moves. India has announced by 2070, China has announced by 2060 net zero. So we are in for some, but slightly on the longer term, we may be in for some structural changes How do you see that, with respect to the steel industry? Where do you think it's moving, and what's going to happen to the Indian industry? How does it adapt to these changes?
See, so far as the steel industry is concerned, India's commitment at the COP26 is not a burden. It's a responsibility that we all share, of a responsibility of the steel industry in particular, but every citizen of the country in general. Having said that, I would like to say that the headline commitment of net zero emission by 2070 gives sufficient time to the industry for a planned reduction of its carbon footprint. In fact, the industry's decarbonization shall really be driven, I would feel, not only by the COP26 commitment, but by its own technological development and the need to remain globally competitive, particularly where developed regions of the world may impose carbon penalties or carbon prices on the imported steel products, such as the proposed carbon tax of EU. So I would personally feel that the cost of decarbonization is concerned, there would definitely be some cost. However, technologies for this are still at experimental stage, and hence production stage cost can only be assessed when commercially viable technologies are stabilized. In fact, you see, in the recent times, hydrogen has been used in certain places in DRI, but in blast furnaces, though it has been experimented, it still has not been commercially, we have not yet heard that anyway it has been commercially successful, because there are some technical issues of using green hydrogen. So those all, till such time we are able to commercially utilize green hydrogen or have any other way in which we can have a greener way of steel production, we need to continue. We have to continue with the same, but at the same time, we would keep on looking around, keep on working on technologies which would make us more green. The industry has already been working on other ways of reducing net carbon emission through control on energy consumption, reduction in coke rates, carbon sequestration, and even planting of trees. SAIL alone has planted about 21 million trees across the country to create a carbon sink. Now, regarding I think you had a question about what would be the cost. We would look at it. There would be a cost naturally, but it is a necessity. It is not an option which anybody of us will have in future, and this would be a cost where the steel industry, we would be free to take it. We would be all open to take it. And I think since the prices ultimately are derivative of the market forces of demand and supply, the cost also somewhere would take care of it.
Right. So actually, there are two parts of this game. One is, of course, producing hydrogen at a commercial scale. And the other is that it has to be green. So you need renewable energies and you need perhaps a green grid to supply power. Otherwise, making hydrogen, a gray hydrogen or a black hydrogen doesn't make much sense. So I think you're right. We have in an early stage of the technology and we will have some time. But I think India will need to be looking at this, the Indian steel industry, towards all these technologies. If you look at China, and I just want to bring your attention to that, they have made some very strong moves, I think led by the central government there, saying that they need to have ultra low emission norms.
Yes.
They need to cut down on not only the carbon, but also on, let's say, the NOx and the SOx and the sulfur, so everything. So they're just cutting down on air pollution. And they have targets by 2025, 80% of their steel industry must comply to these norms. So that's a strong push that raises their cost of production. The real estate in China is in a bit of a doldrum, and therefore the demand is in a problem. And supply has been, there's also consolidation happening. So supply is also under some constraint. Does this give a unique opportunity to India to be really looking out as an export supplier in the world? And how do you think we can really, kind of take advantage of this?
Yes. And the first part regarding the environment, Yes, environment issues are one of the major cause of concern for every country across the globe. And China being, more than 55% of the production, China is having policies of taking care so that the preservation of environment continues. See, the preservation of environment for a coming generation is just today not just a discussion topic for seminar and conferences. In fact, it has become a movement which is gaining momentum with each passing day. We all need to internalize the code that we have not inherited the earth from our ancestors, but borrowed it from our children, and we all need to act accordingly. Coming to India, yes, China's production level is far ahead of India. We also need to be ultimately go there, and we all have to work towards it. And accordingly, now we'll have to have greater focus, as you said, how the production can increase through green channels, and for which hydrogen, a grid is required. And government is working with the various discussions I have had in the past on how steel can become greener steel production, how hydrogen can be used in steel production. I can understand that the government's focus has been on how we can have more hydrogen, use of green hydrogen in all the industry which is more polluting. So the steel industry, is one of the major consumers of coking and non-coking coal, and hence it is one of the major reasons for it's one of the major industry where you have to control. In future you have to control the carbon emissions there. You see. Because one reason you said how this is going to impact India. Steel industry is a major consumer, as I said, of coking and non-coking coal, mainly the producers of BF route. With the object, in the recent time, Chinese government have been, which has been providing support to its industry in various terms of various different policy, softening policies to help the industry, recently has been withdrawing the same so as to ease off the environmental concerns. The decision to cut down on production thereby implies it has a tremendous shift in scenario for other producers around the world, including those in India. Not only will the move impact the global trade for steel, it is also expected to have a big impact on major input material for steel, that is iron ore and coal. The demand of these inputs expected to come down, the prices may follow the path also. So Indian producers are not much dependent on iron ore imports, but the price movement can have a bearing on the domestic price of iron ore. On the other hand, coking coal is imported in huge quantities, especially by the primary producers. Not only the availability of coking coal is expected to improve, but also price correction will help the producer in sustaining the margin, which has gone really after the recent surge in coking coal prices. The surge has been really from $100 to $400+. The surge was huge. The steel trade in international markets will also see a significant change, with the bigger supplier being not having so much, reducing its influence, I would say. The Indian producers can be expected to benefit from the opportunity, especially in markets where they are in direct competition with the Chinese suppliers like the Southeast Asia and the Middle East. However, it remains to be seen to what extent Chinese industry will curtail its production. It has done now in the recent past, but how much it will continue and how much additions also it will do, because at the same time as it curtails old inefficient productions, inefficient units, it also has been adding units, adding production facilities, and this will also have a significant bearing on the fortune of people employed directly or indirectly in the ancillary sector also in the country.
Right. So all in all, I would say, I think what appears from the conversations that we are having is that the Indian steel industry is in for a long positive trajectory, And I think whether it's China, whether it's the decarbonization imperatives, or whether it's, I think, the basic competitiveness, we are there. I think from the demand side, the mission Purvodaya from the supply side. I think there are lots of things happening in India, and I think this government is really going all out. So we have a bright future. I would just like to, if that's okay with you, we would like to close with your, maybe if you have some closing comments, or otherwise we can just kind of close this. So I leave it to you. If you have any closing comments.
Thank you, Sandeep. Let's hope the steel industry, actually the steel industry had been going through pretty bad time for the last few years. This is the time when we have been able to deleverage our positions. And the next phase of expansion has been planned by the industry. So let's hope that at least I won't say great times, or at least the bad times are over.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's been lovely talking to you and getting to know a lot of things. We could have gone on, and I have a number of points, but I think looking at the time and Arnab staring at me, I think we'll close.
No, sir, you can continue. We can continue, sir.
No, I'm just pulling his leg, not to worry. So thank you very much, madam. Thank you. I appreciate greatly your coming in here and joining us. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Also, from my side, on behalf of Bengal Chamber, thank you, Soma, for joining us. It's really good that we could have you in this session.
Thank you,
so much.
Stephanos. Nice to see you here. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you all. With this, we come to end of this fireside chat session with Chairman Cell, Shoma Mondal. Thank you once again, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
We'll come back with the next session in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned with us. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Experts Roundtable on Can the Indian Steel Industry Capitalize on the Current Upsurge in the Steel Markets? We have very eminent speakers with us, Mr. Seshagiri Rao, Joint MD and Group CFO, JSW Steel Limited, and Mr. Alain Legretz de la Salle, Director Sales and Marketing CMO, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. The session will be moderated by Mr. Sandeep Kumar, Chairperson of the Metals Committee and Managing Director, Tata Metaliks Limited. Over to Mr. Kumar. Sir.
Thank you, Arnab. Good morning, Mr. Rao, Alan, and all the participants who are here. Thank you very much for joining us. I think we have two great speakers here. And not only they're great speakers, but they're also eminent people in the industry. Mr. Rao is very, very well known. I think he's in the Bengal chamber. There was a debate and everybody said that we must get him. He's really a very, very good speaker and can set the tone. So thank you very much, Mr. Rao, for coming in. We would like to hear you. And as I was saying a little while back, of course, the topic here is that can the Indian steel industry capitalize on the current upsurge in the steel markets? Well, the steel industry goes through a cyclical curve, and many of us are wondering whether this is a cycle on the upside here to stay for some time, or we are looking at a downside sooner than later. So, of course, there are many factors. There is the China factor, which is always a big factor in any of the manufacturing industries, but particularly on steel today, with a structural cost shift of the Chinese steel industry because of various reasons, and prominent among them being the compliance to emission norms, I think, which the Chinese government has put for the steel industry in China, higher scrap usage, also the demand fall down there, particularly from real estate, and the consolidation of the steel industry in China. All of this has actually thrown a spanner in the works of the Chinese steel industry, if I may say so. So how is that going to impact the Indian steel industry in particular as a steel exporter and the world steel industry in general? That is a pretty interesting and a debatable topic. Of course, there is the coking coal arbitrage between what's going into China and the rest of the world. The arbitrage was as high as almost $150 a few months back. Maybe it's come down to a more manageable level at about 100 or 110, but we're still seeing that arbitrage. In the long run, where do we see this, this gap, this spread between the Chinese coking coal prices and the Australian coking coal prices into, let's say, India? And so that's the other, factor for us to consider. The third one is, of course, the implications of decarbonization on the steel industry in general and on India in particular. The fourth one, of course, is related to this, is with regard to the European carbon border adjustment tax, and how does that impact Indian steel exporters as we go forward. There would, of course, also be the the air pollution in India is obviously a matter of concern, and the steel industry will get its fair share of flack. And how does the Indian industry, let's say, adjust to this? So there are many, many points, I think, on which the topics could be expanded to. But primarily, this is also an opportunity for the Indian steel industry to deleverage, which they are doing, and to become fitter and stronger and to create capacities for the future. How does the Indian steel industry take a different trajectory to what it has done in the past is, I think, one of the subjects which you could perhaps cover. And with Alan, you could perhaps look at slightly, a global level, not only in India, but maybe on the wider scale. But it's free to both of you how you want to deal with it. I would leave at this, and I would invite Mr. Rao to come and deliver his address. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sandeep ji, Arnab, and the industry colleagues. So the kind of brief which Sandeep ji has given, I think, is very, very wide. First, the topic is talking about two very catchy words. One is the upsurge. The second is capitalizing. So why are we saying it is an upsurge? First, if we can understand, is it due to some short-term supply-related constraints due to which we are calling as upsurge? Or is it cyclical in nature? Because when economy moves, as per the business cycles, the commodities generally fluctuate in sympathy with the economic business cycles. So is it cyclical? Third is it structural? Because so many points which Sanjeev ji has already covered. So is it structural? That's why we are calling it as upsurge. If we don't understand any of these factors, then we call it as speculative. So when we say these four factors due to which we are calling as upsurge, I think it is better to look at history, what happened in the past. So as far as steel industry is concerned, as you're all aware, it is perennially overcapacity. That means as and when we call it as an upsurge and we give some reason why this upsurge has happened, then immediately supply will go up, prices will fall. So this we have seen in the year 2005, this we have seen in 2008, then we have seen in 2015, now we are seeing in the year 2021. The kind of fluctuations in the prices, if we call it as an upsurge because prices are good, margins are good, that's why we call it as upsurge. It is a little longer, that's why we call it as an upsurge. This also happened in the past. So in the year 2005, the prices were at a level of $300, $400, it went up to $650, and in a matter of 6 months, it came down. Same story in 2008, same story in 2015. What is very relevant here, in the year 2003 to 2008, it is majorly led by Chinese super cycle. So we call it a super cycle, lot of demand for commodities. So the prices have gone up, so it would be sustainable. But there were fluctuations even during this period. So what I mean to say, even though there could be structural reasons, price fluctuations you can't avoid in an industry like steel. It continues to be there. But the underlying demand in the case of structural factors will be strong. I think that differentiation we have to find out in the current scenario, this upsurge is structural or not. Whereas in the year 2008, when the prices have fallen in a matter of just few months, then we said global financial crisis is the reason. 2015, when prices have fallen to as low as $350 or $400 per ton, then we say it is dumping by China. So every time we have identified a reason, but prices are fluctuating notwithstanding it is structural factor, it is a cyclical factor, it is a speculative factor, or it is any other supply side constraints. Always prices are fluctuating. I think this point is very, very important because prices have gone up, margins have improved. Therefore, there is an upsurge in the steel side. The second point which I would like to highlight here, what happened in the past few months, in the year April 2020, the steel production globally was 137 million tons. Out of that, 85 million tons by China and 52 million tons by the rest of the world. So during this period, that is particularly in the month of May 2021, the supply has gone up. So generally what we say, whenever supply goes up, prices will fall because demand is not catching up with the supply. The production in the month of May 2021, it was 175 million ton. That means there is a growth of 38 million ton, which translates to almost 475, 480 million ton of supply in a matter of just 12 months came into the market. Also look at who contributed to this supply. China has increased from 85 to 100. 15 million ton China has increased. Whereas the rest of the world has increased their production from 52 million ton to 75 million ton. That means rest of the world has really contributed 23 million ton in this increase. One point I would like to highlight, supply has gone up, but prices continue to go up. That is one important difference when we compare with the past. The supply is not small. It is a very, very significant increase in supply. That means there is some reason why we are calling it as an upsurge this time that differentiates compared to what happened in the past. Then what happened? Even after increase, suddenly China policy changed. China continues to change their policies. They want to limit the production suddenly. So in the month of, let us say, October 2021, the production has fallen to 146 million ton. This is very, very important point which I would like to highlight. When it came down to 146 million ton, Chinese production came down to 72 million ton from 100. That means 28 million ton reduction in Chinese production. At the same time, the rest of the world remained at 74. So here also, that means the rest of the world production has not come down. China production came down. Prices have fallen, prices have corrected. So prices is not the issue to determine whether it is a structural factor. That's why we are calling it as an upsurge. The underlying structural factor that is contributing to this upsurge in the demand, the strength of the underlying demand is very, very important for us to know. There is something which is happening in China. The rest of the world, something else is happening. That is why we are seeing production continues to be robust in the rest of the world. In China, it is coming down. So once we understand these factors, then what are those structural factors we are talking about? One is China. China, what is happening? One important policy, two important policies which China has said. One is common prosperity. What do you mean by this common prosperity? Redistribution of their wealth. Whatever may be the reason, common prosperity has come to the forefront as far as China is concerned. What is the outcome of this policy decision which China has taken? The outcome is they have started taking actions against their own tech companies, which has created a huge amount of discomfort with the investors. So the consequence is that China plus one policy has come in. That China plus one policy, again, is an opportunity for us to capitalize as far as India is concerned. So the important change which has happened is common prosperity. China plus one is the outcome. The second area where one important change has happened, Chinese president has declared 2060 we wanted to be neutral. Then what happened after that? Company by company, including steel sector, they are announcing ahead of 2060 when they wanted to be neutral. So this decarbonization, energy intensity reduction has come to the forefront. That is why we are seeing a fall of 72 million ton from 100 million ton production, which has an impact on iron ore and coking coal also. So this policy, not only that, they announced 21 to 25 industry carbon emission policies, which they have clearly given the targets, what they would like to do by 2025. They wanted to reduce carbon emissions over 2020 by 18%. It's not small the way they are putting their targets. Energy intensity in industry, they want to reduce by 13.5%. They also given one more target, not only the just carbon emission energy intensity, even other pollutants, they want to reduce by 10%. That means there are clear targets, short term and medium term. This decarbonization which the Chinese are driving today, this is also limiting their production and their ability or their thrust on exports of commodity related products, commodity related steel products, that is reduced. This one important change, structural change, which has provided an opportunity to the rest of the world steel industry, particularly India. The second factor which we can talk about is the demand-oriented policies. Any country you take today, including India, what we are talking about redistribution. So the COVID has acted as a catalyst with regard to the government policies calibrated or focused towards the social inequality. With that, more and more redistribution of the governmental income or total wealth to the social sectors, that also creates demand for steel. For instance, if income at the middle level or the low end of the level increases, automatically they will buy more appliances, more two-wheelers, more air conditioners. This kind of demand will go up. This is also very, very good structural change which is happening. The kind of money which government is spending on the social inequality reduction is very, very big. I think this is one big driver. Structurally, I am very optimistic about the steel sector upsurge. The third important point is decarbonization. Sandeep ji also has pointed out. So decarbonization, climate risk has become very, very important. This we cannot underestimate. the kind of investments, we talk about decarbonization. What do you mean by decarbonization? When you talk about decarbonization, the kind of capital investments that is required across the world is increasing from 25% today, which is being spent at the capital expenditure as a percentage of GDP, is going up by 3 to 4% every year. 3% of 90 million, if you take, that means $2 to $3 trillion is the amount of capex required for the decarbonization effort, either India does or XYZ does. The kind of steel demand that can come out of energy transition is very, very high. Somebody has pointed out today, the renewable sector, which consumes 15 million ton of steel, which is expected to go up to 90 million ton from renewable sector alone, if we have to achieve this 1.5 degree temperature. So this is also another very important driver, in my view, which is causing this upsurge. The last point I would like to highlight is the underinvestment in infrastructure. Particularly developing countries like us, we need to create infrastructure. There is no alternative for us. That is why the kind of national infrastructure pipeline, which India is investing a huge amount of money and also raising through national monetization of the infrastructure. These two are very, very important drivers in my view for a developing country like India, and the rest of the world also huge amount of investments is happening on the infrastructure. In my view, these are the four very important structural factors that will keep the upsurge in the underlying steel demand. I'm not talking about prices, I'm not talking about margins. There are several other factors which would determine as far as the pricing is concerned. Prices went up almost $1,100 per ton in the Asia. It has come down today to $750, $800 per ton. This continues to be there, these fluctuations. I don't think we need to worry about these fluctuations. When steel prices come down, the raw material prices also fluctuate. In line with that, it is a matter of few months, it will get adjusted. So in my view, steel sector will have healthy margins. If this is the situation, then how do we leverage? How do we capitalize? Just I will spend 2 more minutes on the capitalizing this upsurge which is happening. A huge opportunity for India. Why I am saying huge opportunity? You just look at steel trade which happens in the world. Who are the net steel exporting countries? Who are the steel net importing countries? Is there any change in the steel trade is concerned globally? If I look at net steel exporting countries, Russia, China, Japan, Korea, Ukraine. They are the 5 countries, if you see, they are the net exporters majorly. A significant portion of steel trade is from here. What is happening in those 5 countries? Is the steel trade remains robust from these countries? No. China is an example where they are reducing the steel exports. Russia is putting duties on export of steel. Similar trends we are seeing in Japan and Korea where they are transitioning more towards energy transition. Therefore, their steel exports may not be as robust as we have seen in the past. So considering these factors, exports are falling from these countries, creating an opportunity for India. Look at the natural markets for India, natural importing countries. If you look at either you take Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, or in the Middle East side, Saudi Arabia, or Bangladesh, Myanmar, Kenya, these are the importing countries of steel. They're still importing steel. So the natural markets which India has, either you take Middle East, or you take Asia, or you take Africa. This is where India can export and fill up the gaps that is being vacated by these countries. Another very important point, if we say that there is a 400 million ton of steel, direct steel is traded, indirect steel trade is 350 million tons. Indirect steel means steel products are converted, either you say metal, machinery, appliances, or any product which you take. Those exports are also very sizable. When we say India exported 17 million ton last year, if you say indirect steel exports from India is another 10 million ton. Engineering exports from India have gone up by 51% in the month of September. It also went up by another 30% even in the month of October. Why engineering exports became very competitive? Indian steel prices compared to global prices are at a discount. That made our user industries become more competitive when they want to export. If this is the opportunity available where we can export, and we can also encourage our user industry to supply more and more steel in the domestic market, and they will be able to convert and then export. The third is to meet our domestic demand. These three factors, I think, is a very big opportunity as far as India is concerned. The last factor which I would like to highlight is what is the capacity in India today? 140, 145. If you look at 2019, 2020, 2021, all 3 years capacity constant. We have not created any capacity in steel sector. At the same time, if I look at the March 2021, the demand was more than 10 million ton in one single month. That means 120 million ton is the domestic demand, even though it has fallen in the subsequent months. If we have to supply 120 million ton, assuming that March 21 we will repeat in the near future, where is the capacity in India? So there is a huge need for Indian steel companies or the new incumbents to come in and create capacity in India, because we are very competitive. If you look at world steel best companies, almost every company or every major steel company figures in this top world class steel companies. Therefore, we are competitive, we will be able to create capacity. The last item which I would like to highlight is about this decarbonization. This is the need of the hour. So can we really move directly from existing processes we have to hydrogen from tomorrow onwards? Is it possible? It is not possible. Why? Because if you say today carbon is traded at $70 per ton, that is the shadow cost. That means if you want to reduce your carbon by 1 ton in the steel making, your cost is $70. If Indian steel industry is emitting carbon of 2 or 2.5 tons for every ton of steel, that means our shadow cost of reducing carbon is almost $140 to $175 per ton. That is the shadow cost. If we have to reduce, you look at carbon, you look at investments that are required for the steel sector. Huge amount of investments we have to make. That takes time. As a developing country, definitely we need a helping hand from the government. How do we have the access to low-cost funds to decarbonize and also move into hydrogen economy as and when it becomes competitive for us? Until that time, how do we reduce these carbon emissions through best processes? How do we get very good input raw material? How do we increase scrap usage? How we will be able to use renewable energy for replacing fossil fuel? These are some of the steps which each one of us can take and reduce the carbon emissions and watch for the technology developments that are happening in the hydrogen economy, where today $5 to $6 per kg of hydrogen is not viable. It has to come down. That's why USA said in the next decade, 111. What do you mean by 111? In the next 1 decade, they wanted to bring down hydrogen cost to $1 per 1 kg. If it comes, then we can move into hydrogen economy. Those days are not far off, because everybody realized that it is very, very important to decarbonize steel sector. So we are all working in the direction. So I'm very, very confident and very, very optimistic as regards to this upsurge which we are seeing because of the structural factors and the opportunity that is available for India to create more capacities and become a global leader in the steel sector, and at the same time continue to decarbonize and work to reach the commitments made by our Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think very eloquently spoken, very nicely put. I think your presentation was, your talk was more like a presentation, very well structured. The 4 points very clearly understood by me, and I'm sure by the participants. So it's a structural change which is happening, and it's not a repeat of the previous cycles is what we would presume. I hope so, and the steel industry is looking forward to that. Thank you very much, sir, for coming in. May I now request Alan to deliver his address, please.
Thank you, Sandeep, and good afternoon, all. I will be less structured, but I'm going to try to give my input. I would like to start by the topic and the key question regarding the leveraging of the Indian steel industry. What we see today, it's during the last 18 months overall, Indian mills have reduced their debt level by 40 to 50%. So this is good, of course, but we think that it's good to finance the next cycle of CapEx plan, meaning that we know that all the main steel industry players in India have announced a growth plan of 25 million ton capacity, mostly in flat product. We know that the government has given the clear direction that India should produce 300 million tons. So it means that we have to add roughly 150, 160 million ton capacity. So the capex plan to reach that, it's about 150 to 200 billion dollar. Okay. So the first takeaway is to say that what we see with this upsurge in profitability is enough and is good to finance the next step. When we see on the long term, this is different, and it's mostly linked to the problematic of our business due to the cyclicality of the business, because we are, as said earlier, in a cyclical industry. So this is the first takeaway. We know that the steel industry, our steel industry, will remain cyclical, but the key question is how can we be sustainable? We have to be. We know that we have to be competitive in terms of cost. And we have to generate results on a sustainable way. But what is important is not so much the price I said earlier, but it's the margins. So there is a lot to do to follow our customers. But what I would like to say is the steel industry is driven by technologies, meaning that we see that today there is a lot which is done by all the steel industry in terms of new product, new application. All our customers are asking us to innovate. So all of this is linked to R&D and innovation. Because we are linked to our customers and we have the necessity to support them to be much more competitive. And there are many examples in many market segments like solar, like automotive, like construction, where you see a lot of innovation and R&D. So when I come back on the sustainability of our result in terms of margins, a lot is linked to this topic of technology, innovation, R&D, where we see a lot of things done by the steel industry. But on the same time, I think that our markets will require much more than what we have been doing up to now. So we need to continue to innovate and to accelerate in our R&D. I would like to do also a parenthesis, meaning that when we step back and what we see what's going on today, it's not specific to the steel industry. Many industries like glass, cement, wood, paint, we see with our paint suppliers, all are in the same situation with than the steel industry, meaning that they have to go after growth, they have to finance their growth. So the topic that we have to address as a steel industry, it's common also to many other market segments. So when we take the how long this is going to last, so nobody knows because we are, as said earlier, in cyclical, but overall we think that we are in a very positive cycle for India. When we speak, I have this experience with all our customers, all our key OEMs, everybody is talking and everybody is thinking growth. So it's like a race for growth. And for me, which is coming from Europe, I'm very astonished to see the culture in India of all our customers, which are really thinking like a race for growth for India. Being domestic or being on their export market. So structurally, what we see is the growth will happen. All conditions are there. All the initiatives taken by the government are excellent because they are supporting and they will support the growth. And so overall, when we step back, there is more positive than negative. We see that, for instance, in the steel industry in India, that consolidation is happening. It's not finished, but it's excellent and it's good. There is more professionalism. It's not the word, but consolidation is good to have a market more, I will say, mature. The market perspective, when we look infra, construction, auto, all the market segments in India are positively oriented. Then we have another element, which is the international context, post-COVID, with a lot of, wherever you go worldwide, you have some incentive policies, there are a lot of support, there are a lot of talks about how to grow, look, infrastructure in US, but you have this everywhere, all across the globe. So all this is good for the steel industry. So forecast, very positive, very good and great signal for the Indian steel industry in the future. And so this is good for the steel industry. And the key challenge for us will be to support our customers to be more and more competitive on their domestic market and on export. And back again on R&D, innovation, how do we sell our steel? How can we share the value added that we bring to our customers? All of these are key elements. What we see also, it's India will have to grow and is growing on a sustainable way. We know that we have the CO2 constraints, but we cannot compare India. And overall, when we speak in our groups, we see, for instance, LATAM, Brazil, India, fantastic perspective versus a mature market like US, Europe, which are completely different, or China. So the growth will be different. We have to, and everything we do, we have to come with some steel solution for sustainability. All our markets are looking for this. If you take, for instance, what we are doing in India in the construction segment with the roofing solution, we go more and more with some product and some solution for sustainability with longer guarantee, bringing this sustainability challenge on stream. So good perspective and sustainability. When we take the climate and the CO2 challenge, I'm not a specialist of this, but we know that all the industry is working on this. There is no discussion. There are a lot of discussion, but the challenges are very clear. The roadmap are not defined yet. Every player is working to define his roadmap. The technologies are not proven or finalized. So all the steel industry is working on this. So soon or later, the roadmap should be clear. What is important, I think, we are, and my own takeaway, we are in a world of disruption. Look what happened with the COVID and the post-COVID. All our customers, all industries have been highly impacted, putting on the table some new challenge. But all of this is disruption. Look, all these issues of supply chain with the auto. So it means that tomorrow we will produce more where we consume, but there will be a lot of learning and a lot of consequence, and all of this is disruption. I expect, and I see also when we speak about CO2, it will be disruption, a lot of impact to come. Just to give an example, you take India. In India, we import roughly 7 million tons per year of scrap. What will happen tomorrow when Europe and US change completely their process? They go more for EAF, using more scrap. So it means the scrap flow worldwide will change completely. And tomorrow, India will import no more than 1 million tons of scrap. So this is disruption. So we are in a world of huge opportunity in India. We will follow our customers, of course, but we should not forget that all of this is disruption, and we have to be agile. We have to be able to adapt, keeping in mind that we are here to create value for our customers to improve and to preserve our margins. It's not about price, as we said earlier, but it's about margins. So high challenging market condition, disruption, but a lot of opportunities. And the winner, and I said in a previous call that in India, we need champions in terms of steel industry, which is the case, but it's agility, innovation, and able to manage this disruption challenge that we'll have in front of us. So overall, it's what I wanted to say, Sandeep.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alan. So I think one very pertinent point that you mentioned was the supply chain disruption, and particularly of scrap. I think that's a very interesting point, because as we think of moving more towards the scrap route and try and kind of curb our carbon emissions, the availability of scrap will become a major concern as we go forward. And as you're rightly saying, even not only Europe, but I think even China has prescribed for its industry the scrap usage, and I think that's from 20% they need to go to 30%, or some such number. So I think scrap could become a major challenge. But on the whole, I think what I heard from you saying is that it's a positive cycle for India. And I think it's a unique, I think we are positioned very, very well, both from a raw material point of view as well as from a demand point of view. So the Indian steel industry is actually well positioned. Mr. Rao mentioned about the strong demand coming up, and not only for the steel industry directly, but also for the consumers of steel. The consumers of steel often in India have cried hoarse over this. So, whenever the prices have gone up, but they may not be realizing. And I think another pertinent point pointed out by Mr. Rao is that, look, they are making you more competitive, because the price differential between what you pay in, let's say, US or Europe versus India is significant, particularly US. So very nicely put. I think both these points, very solid points, if I can say so, and at least a good learning for me, and I'm sure for many of our participants here as well. So thank you very much. Just want to ask Mr. Rao if he has any closing comments. Would you like to make any closing comments before we close?
So we have covered all the points. Only competitiveness of Indian steel industry, only one point I would like to highlight, where we are really looking forward for the help from the government. Today, steel industry is making money because prices are higher and the raw material prices have taken some time to catch up. Now, reverse may happen. Margins may be under pressure, already under pressure. Whereas this road tap, which is basically reimbursement of taxes which are not motivable on export of products from India to make Indian industry competitive. Unfortunately, this is not given to the steel sector, because steel sector is making money. So it is very important, I think, to continue to have the exports in the international markets. I think extension of road tap to steel sector is very much important. Indian steel industry is already suffering from the threat of imports, because the imports are not suffering or are not attracting the same quantum of taxes which domestic industry is paying. For instance, domestic industry pays GST and the imports attracts IGST, so it gets compensated. Whereas Indian industry pays duty on electricity, so many cesses on raw material, and non-motivatable VAT on the petroleum products. All these taxes are not suffered on imports. So earlier, before GST, there used to be SAD, special taxes, which is in lieu of CST. So when GST came in, that has gone. But these taxes which are suffered by the industry is not imposed on the imports. It is not a protection measure. In fact, it is level playing field. So road tap extension to the steel sector, particularly to leverage the opportunities that are available in the international markets, that is, I think, very important. The second point of fear where government has to take up is relating to this carbon border adjustment tax, which you talked about. As long as carbon border adjustment tax is used as a tool for contributing to the environment and forcing the emitters to comply with the environmental regulations, reducing carbon emissions, I think it is very good. But you should not go into an area of tariff tool. So they impose a huge amount of carbon border adjustment tax on imports, thereby imports are restricted from India. And also the very robust mechanism of identifying what is the carbon emission in each of the product that is going out. These are also very important factors. Today, WTO has not recognized carbon border adjustment tax. So if somebody wants to introduce the carbon border adjustment tax on imports, it should not lead to a protective mechanism to reduce the imports where we say that there is a huge opportunity for India. It should not become a hurdle to us. So these are some of the areas, in my view, I think we need to take up with the government. Government is listening to whatever we are saying, and they're extending their helping hand. So these points are very important, really, to capitalize those opportunities that are available today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. I think, again, two very pertinent points. And I think Bengal Chamber can also take up with the government, like the other chambers are doing it. So maybe, Arnab, we should note this down, debate it in the committee, and then, put it up to the government as well. So thank you once again, both Mr. Rao and Alan. It's wonderful hearing you. I think absolutely fantastic session. I think from a knowledge point of view, I have not had a better session in a long time. So really appreciate it. Thank you very much for being here and for enlightening all of us.
Thank you, sir. So just before we close down, we are really indebted for the detailed address that you had given. We'll be coming up with the proceedings, and we will take your advice, and we'll discuss into the committee also. As a part of the committee also, we would like to come up with a set of recommendations to the government, which your address will be really helpful in showing us the guideline in doing so. So before we end, as a normal citizen, even I wanted to know a certain thing from enlightened speakers like you. So what in the due course of discussion of yesterday, it was coming up that policies and other things in terms of minerals and mining and metals, these are mostly on the central subject. But what would be the role of the state in order to capitalize the mining and the steel industry? How the state can be more proactive and do what kind of efforts that the states can play so that the steel industry and the can be more robust and can play a crucial role. If both of you can give us some kind of guidelines on that.
Can I go first?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No, as you know, steel sector is highly capital intensive. It requires a lot of resources, factors of production. So factors of production, if I look at the four: land, labor, capital, and the entrepreneurship, we have enough entrepreneurship in India. Other three factors, if I look at it, at least access to capital for the steel sector. Steel sector is not infrastructure sector. So when Indian banks are reluctant to extend financing for the steel sector because of their past experience, then if we have to get the financing for steel sector in the global markets, particularly greenfield, is very difficult. Government of India rightly pointed out and set up this developmental financial institution. There is a lot of work that has happened. It is getting triggered, but that doesn't finance steel. Therefore, capital access is concerned. I'm not saying all the amount that is required for the steel sector should be given by DFHI. DFHI can do the credit enhancements, at least during the project implementation phase. It takes 4 or 5 years time to enable the steel sector to access the patient capital at competitive cost. I think this is one area which requires a very serious thought. The second issue relating to financing, particularly capital accessibility, is concerned. When there is no way we will be able to raise money from Indian banks and DFHI is not available, then when you want to access the global markets, there are so many restrictions because capital account convertibility is not there in India today. So there is a restriction on the total amount you can raise in a year, in a financial year. There is a restriction from whom you can raise the money, the approved lender, and the total amount of interest which you can pay, there is a ceiling. And the third is where you can use these funds. End use of fund, there is a restriction. There are the four important restrictions which also will not enable us to access the global market. So capital side, my request is to debate this point and then see how they can make available capital at competitive rates, that to patient capital, long-term capital to steel sector. The other two areas, land and labor, whatever reforms that are being attempted by central government, always some resistance or some issues on the implementation on the ground. If we want to set up a steel plant, you know how much land is required, how difficult it is to acquire the land. Similarly, labor side, the kind of reforms which the industry is looking forward is also very wide. So there is already a model which has been set up as regards to GST. GST, when there is a state and central subjects, they have formulated a GST council and they achieved bringing a one nation, one tax in the entire country. All the issues relating to the taxes are being discussed in the GST council and decisions are being taken. Is there any way where that type of council concept can come in the case of land labor, where there are state governments are involved, local municipalities are involved, panchayats have to be done? Is there any structure which central government can work out to sort out the issues where the steel industry requires the land for setting up steel plants that can be made available, and at the same time enough relaxations can come in the case of labor? I think these factors of production reforms is very, very important in my view, to see that steel industry can create capacities in India much faster than what has happened in the past. The last point I would like to highlight is the supply chain ecosystem. Supply chain ecosystem, MSMEs are very important. So yesterday, ministry has called for a meeting of the industry and said the industry should extend some discounts as far as steel prices are concerned to the MSME. All the steel players have consented to that. So the robust MSME system, today the problem is MSME sector is not able to access the financing, number one. Number two, even though there is an act envisaging that the payments to MSME has to happen within time, but this is not being enforced. Enforced in the sense neither government pays in time to MSME nor the industry. So how do we bring an ecosystem of creating a very robust supply chain? If we want to really grow both in the downstream industry and also in the steel sector, supply chain ecosystem is very important. Everybody talked about in the steel sector iron ore and coal. Leave alone iron ore and coal. You look at refractory. If you want to get refractory, again say China. Even there are refractory players in India. If you want to place order on them, they have to get the input from China. So either you take ferroalloys, you take electrodes, you take refractories, or you take any consumable item. Dependency on China is there for the steel sector other than iron ore and coal. For that, an ecosystem of these MSMEs is very important, and enforcing the contracts which are there today to protect the MSME interest is also a very, very important factor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allen, if you would like to add something.
I'm sorry, I'm going to be direct, but it's not an area where I know or I have a good knowledge, so I prefer not to answer because I will not add anything versus what was said earlier. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With this, we would close this session, and we are really grateful to the eminent speakers, Mr. Sheshagiri Rao, Joint MD and Group CFO of JSW Steel Limited, and our special thank also to Mr. Alan Legris de la Salle, Director Sales and Marketing, CMO ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. With this, we conclude this session. Thank you all. Thank you all to Mr. Kumar also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalay, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills, and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalay, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Beladilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually.
Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets.
NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently, in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalai, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Beladilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh, and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually.
Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets.
NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific, and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently, in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli, or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills, and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. for providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalai, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Beladilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh, and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually.
Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets.
NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Raughat which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalai, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Beladilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually.
Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets.
NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific, and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently, in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli, or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills, and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Raughat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalai, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Bailadila sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually.
Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets.
NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific, and environmental-friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently, in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli, or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalai, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Bailadila sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese, and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a center of excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh, and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually.
Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets.
NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalai, Bailadila and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Bailadila sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese, and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a center of excellence by an expert group of UNIDO, and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties, and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC
Good afternoon and welcome back once again. We are commencing business session 3, experts roundtable on future outlook of steel raw materials and ocean freight. We have very eminent speakers, Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee, Managing Director of SL Mining and Industries Limited, and Sector Head, Mineral Resources Development, Aditya Birla Group, and member of the Minerals and Mining Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Ranjan Sinha, Director Raw Materials Procurement and Chief Group Shipping, Tata Steel Limited, Mr. Waming Zheng, Senior Editor Iron Ore, S&P Global Plans. Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee is the Managing Director of SL Mining and Industries Limited and Sector Head of Mineral Resources Development at Aditya Birla Group, which is a US $48.3 billion global conglomerate in the league of Fortune 500. Prior to joining that the Birla Group, Mr. Mukherjee was Executive Director Mining, JSW Steel Limited. Mr. Mukherjee started his professional career with formerly Coal Mines Authority Limited, now Coal India Limited, on January 9, 1974. An alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, over decades of experience in this sector. We have Mr. Ranjan Sinha, Chief Group Shipping and Director Raw Materials Tata Steel. As Chief Group Shipping and Director Raw Materials Procurement, Mr. Sinha is responsible for raw materials supply chain globally for the Tata Steel Group. Working from Netherlands, he currently leads a team of 60 procurement and supply chain professionals based at 3 main sourcing hubs in India, Europe, and Singapore, with spend under control of approximately 6 billion, approximately rupees 45,000 crores per annum. The key aspect of the current job is to manage supply chain security while creating value for the company globally in 2 most dynamic categories, raw materials and logistics. Mr. Yaming Zheng, the Senior Editor Iron Ore of S&P Global Platts. Prior to joining Platts, he has worked in mining companies such as BHP, South 32 in sales and supply chain and market analysis. The session will be moderated by Mr. P.K. Mukherjee, Co-Chairman of the Minerals and Mining Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the former MD of Sesa Goa Limited. With this, we would like to invite Mr. Mukherjee to take the session forward from here. Over to you, sir.
And now we have to talk about P.K. Mukherjee and Queen Mukherjee. Anyway, this is P.K. Mukherjee. Good afternoon to all from Indian subcontinent, and a very good morning to all in Europe, Africa, and American continent, including Mr. Ranjan Sinha, who I have been told joining from Netherlands. It is extremely difficult in any seminar conference to keep audience interested in session immediately after lunch. And that problem gets more acute in virtual seminar or conclave like this. Having said that, I suppose we are fortunate to have 3 eminent expert speakers in this session who by their own rights are doyen on this session's topic of future outlook of steel raw materials and ocean freight. Arnav has already done the honors of introducing the speakers. Let me give my initial remarks and then I will hand over to the learned speakers. For last 1 year or so, we have seen extreme volatility in main raw materials for steel, that is coal and iron ore, coupled with ocean freight also, which caused a lot of anxiety for steel mills. While reasons varied from geopolitical tensions, flooding of mines, to stringent quarantine protocols in Chinese ports, and alleged carteling by coal producers, suppliers for seaborne trade, in India, closure of some iron ore mines in eastern sector, coupled with exports of low grades on which export duty not applicable, both by commercial and captive miners, did not help the cause of steel mills. I understand that presently, mainly due to tapering of demand in China, the high prices have come down some little bit, though coal prices are still above long-term average. In the auction regime of mines in India, in each tranche, only a handful of tenements are coming up for bidding. And in the process, unsustainable premiums are being quoted. As a result, there may still remain uncertainty in supply and/or price from Indian iron ore mines. Such high premium may also impact scientific mining in the sense that only high grades are mined instead of average grade. And in the process, nation's wells of economic grade of ore may be negatively impacted. Going forward, we may also see closure of few coal mines, both domestic and abroad, in view of carbon reduction commitments by various nations. In this context, we are going to discuss today's topic. We have Mr. Zeng from Platts, Mr. Sina from Tata Steel Europe, and Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee from SL Mining of Aditya Birla Group. With consent of all panel speakers, let me first go to Mr. Zeng, then Mr. Sina, and finally to Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee. I hope it is acceptable to all of you. Incidentally, we appreciate that all may not be comfortable in talking about a few matters considering their professional obligations. And in such case, dealing with the matter at a broader level would do. Let me also request all speakers to express their initial talk in 15 minutes or so that we have some time at the end for Q&A. I would specifically request Mr. Zeng to deal with following aspects: global demand supply scenario of iron ore, short to medium term, with particular reference to India/China. In the context of volatile price scenario of iron ore in last 1 year or so, does it make sense for backward integration for steel mills? And if yes, what sort of transparent transfer pricing you as an expert in the field would like to see? Mr. Zeng.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. So as an introduction, I'm the senior editor for iron ore in Platts, mostly covering the Asian market. So I can walk us through the price behavior in the past 1 year or so, and then we can look into the supply and demand outlook for iron ore in the short to medium term. And I believe they'll address the first question. And then later I can provide my own 2 cents worth of the backward integration and the transfer pricing that we'd like to see. Okay, so as you know that the 62% FE benchmark iron ore index is the most referenced iron ore prices in the world. And we call it the IODEX. And what the IODEX did in the past 1 year or so was it shot up in the first 6 months in 2021, and then collapsed from mid-July onwards. And on the way up to the peak, what pushed it up was really the demand recovery from COVID-19 situations, including in India and countries in Europe and America. And China's demand has always been strong ever since the beginning of the COVID pandemic in China in 2019. And iron ore prices reached the peak of $233.1 on May 12th, 2021. That was the historical high since the IODEX started back in 2008. And then price quickly collapsed since mid-July. And what's driving that collapse is really the Chinese steel mills curbing their steel productions. Because the government said that this year's total crude steel output should not exceed the level in 2020. And up until June this year, many provinces in China have actually exceeded their production of the same period in 2020. So they had the next 6 months, so the second half of 2021, to cut production so drastically so that they can meet that target of not exceeding 2020 level. And that's why the crude steel output from China dwindled a lot since July. And the direct consequence is the demand for iron ore also collapsed. And even so, the year-to-date price is still hovering around $160 per dry metric ton. That's the second highest annual number, actually, since 2008. So still quite a remarkably strong year in terms of prices. So now price is hovering around 100 to 110. And there's still weakness in China because steel mills are still under strict curbs. And the current outlook in the short term is that the curbs will remain in place at least until end of the Winter Olympics, which will end in 20th of February next year. And then also the expectation is next year the government will still require the steel mills in China to not exceed the steel output achieved in this year. So starting from this year is the time where we start to see the Chinese crude steel output decline. And that's the likely scenario. And all this is against the backdrop of a carbon neutrality goal set out by the government. The government has set out this target to reach peak carbon emission in the steel sector by 2025, and then a reduction of its carbon emission from the peak by 30% by the year 2030. And some major steel mills like Baowu and Hebei Iron and Steel, they've all come out with their own plans to reach that carbon neutrality. So some of them will reach the peak carbon emission even before 2025. And that's really driving the decline in steel output and iron ore demand in China. So that's the demand outlook for China. And from a supply perspective, there are actually three key things that we observed in the short to medium term supply of iron ore. The first thing is the restarts and replacement mine projects will underpin the mild growth in global supply, as there are not many greenfield opportunities in iron ore. So for Vale, we can see that they have been struggling with their iron ore output since the dam collapse in early 2019. They have not recovered to the previous level of production yet, and they're now investing in dry processing to reduce their reliance on tailings dams. In November, Vale reduced their 2021 production forecast from 315 to 335 million tons this year, down 315 to 335 million this year, down to 315 to 320 million tons this year. And their next year's estimate is going to be 320 to 335 million tons. Just for reference, the actual production last year, 2021, was 300 million tons. And they will increase their production capacity gradually. By end of 2022, they'll reach 370 million tons, and in the medium term, to reach 400 million tons. And for Rio Tinto, back in October this year, they've also revised down their 2021 shipment estimate from 325 to 340 million tons, down to 320 to 325 million tons. And for reference, the 2020 actual was 331 million tons. So it's an year-on-year decline from Rio Tinto. And in their production report, they mentioned that they are facing delays to completion of the new greenfield mine at Gudai-Darri and the Robe River brownfield mine replacement project due to tight labor market in Western Australia. And longer term, they are facing issues with heritage site management. And for BHP, their production guidance remained 278 to 200 for financial year 2022. And for financial year 21, they achieved 284. So year on year is probably going to be a stable production. That's despite the South Flank project successfully launched back in May. This South Flank project is located in the south of mining area C, and they'll reach full capacity of 80 million tons in 3 years' time. And then for FMG, the fourth biggest iron ore producer, their financial year 22 target is also roughly in line with that of financial year 21. So these are the top miners, and we can see that they are really struggling this year, particularly for Vale and Rio Tinto to meet their original production estimate. And in the short term, it's unlikely that there will be a significant increase in production. And longer term, the most talked about greenfield project is the Simandou project in West Africa. That's China's hope to reduce their reliance on import iron ore from Australia and Brazil. And this is a good deposit located in Guinea, but it lacks the infrastructure development, the railway. So yeah, we think it's probably a good 6-7 years away from the real production. So that's the first theme, that restarts and replacement mine projects will underpin the mild growth in supply. And the second theme in supply is license to operate hinders growth. We can see that from Vale and from Rio Tinto. So Vale is seeking to remediate numerous shattered tailings dams, and the supply recovery is really constrained by difficulties in obtaining the safety approvals to reopen, because the Brazilian legislators, they have increased the safety consciousness following the two major disasters in 2015 and 2019. And then in Australia, Rio Tinto is facing difficulties expanding their iron ore production due to cultural heritage site management. And we can see that from the fallout from Rio Tinto's destruction of the Junca Gorge caves. And the third thing in supply is that all the major miners, they're trying to high grade their iron ore production to ride the decarbonization wave globally. We know that the high grade ores and the pellets and lumps, they will benefit from the decarbonization because they will emit less CO2, and they're also less polluting than the low grade material. So for Vale, they are pursuing a value over volume strategy to increase the output of their high grade products and the direct feed pellets and green briquettes. And BHP's South Flank mine will lift the average iron grade from 61% to 62%, and their lump ratio from 25% to above 30%. And Rio Tinto, the Gouda Dairy first phase will have 43 million tons of capacity and will lift the lump to fines ratio from the Pilbara shipments to 38%. FMG also aims to produce higher grade material, lifting the average iron content from 58% to above 60%. They're also developing the Western Hub in Pilbara region, which includes this recent high-grade replacement mine star called Eliwana. So these three are the main themes of supply outlook in the iron ore space. So to sum up, demand is likely to reduce because Chinese demand is coming off due to the decarbonization drive. On the other hand, supply is not going to increase a lot. and is actually facing difficulties getting back to the original highs for some of the miners like Vale and Rio Tinto. And what does that mean to price? Because demand came down, it is expected the high-grade productions in domestic China and domestic India will be unprofitable and have to shut if we just look at market force. And if that scenario pans out, then China may need to import more iron ore than it used to because of the drop in domestic production. But the government in China is fully capable of supporting domestic production for reasons like supporting domestic employment and reducing reliance of imported iron ore. So whether or not the domestic production in China indeed will drop is a question mark. And then to your last question, Mr. Mukherjee, about the backward integration. Yes, my opinion is worth considering for the steel mills if it unlocks some synergies, whether it's operationally or financially. For example, logistics synergies or scale or some loan credit advantage in terms of borrowing. Yes, then by all means do backward integration. But if it's just to diversify risk, then I think it's less interesting, because for shareholders, they can diversify their risk by investing in different companies, whether it's mining companies, whether it's steel mills themselves. So we don't really need steel mills to diversify that risk for the shareholders. And from our perspective as a PRA, price reporting agency, we would really like to see the transfer pricing reflect an arm's length transaction, meaning that from the outsider's perspective, we will see the price reflect a fair market for the ores that's purchased from the mines to the mills. It's also good for the integrated conglomerates management accounting purposes to know who's really making money, who's really losing money, instead of subsidizing with each other. And yeah, that's what we can say from a PRA's perspective. Back to you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cheng. You have brought out a couple of points. But before I talk anything on your whatever you have said, just to clarify what you have said about Chinese production capacities, what I understood that Chinese production will remain, steel production will remain at the 2020 level going forward as the immediate future, what I could see. That's what you have said, or something else?
Okay, so for 2021, the year that's about to end, our estimate is not going to exceed 2020 level. Could be a slight dip even from 2020 level. And then from 2022, it will be a slight dip from 2021 as well. So because the government sets out this decarbonization plan, and they said that to reduce the steel output is the most effective.
Okay, I understand. Okay, Mr. Zheng, I have a couple of questions to you. Let me deal with this right now instead of keeping for the end. Now, as you are saying, there is a steep target of carbon reduction of 30% by 30% by 2030. Now, I'm sure it will add to the cost pressure of the steel mills. And if the steel price doesn't support this additional cost, how you foresee the supply of steel could be impacted further?
Okay. So to achieve that 30% reduction from the peak carbon emission by 2030, the mills will have to invest in technology advancement in order to reduce the carbon emission. And at the same time, they will have to constrain the steel output, and as they did in this year. China was exporting like 50, 60 million tons of steel 2020. Going forward, the steel export will probably decrease to support the goal of reducing domestic steel output. And also from a cost perspective and price perspective, because of the need to decarbonize and improve the technology, the cost will increase, and that naturally will put the Chinese steel mills move it to further right in terms of the cost curve of steel mills globally. So from a price competitiveness perspective, it will also drop slightly, I guess, compared to mills that do not have the carbon decarbonization requirement in other countries. So that will also result in a reduction of Chinese steel output, export from the country.
Mr. Jain, you have nicely, one point you have nicely brought out, that because of this decarbonization impact, this high-grade mining, or rather high-grade supply, there will be a pressure. So because of which there can be impact on the selective mining by the miners, leaving aside the low grades. That is one side. Another side is the price of high-grade ore, because of the decarbonization commitment by most of the steel producing countries. So this is a nice aspect you have brought out, and I'm sure the iron ore consuming industry, that is steel, would keep that in mind. And as you have said that because of the decarbonization commitment, Chinese will try to reduce their low-grade iron ore in the steel mills. We have to see also what impact it has got on Indian steel mills or Indian iron ore people's supply chain side. Thank you, Mr. Jain, for sharing your valuable thoughts on this aspect. Now, I would like to go to Mr. Sinha.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Yeah.
Thanks. For Mr. Sinha, my request would be to talk about volatility in price/rate of coal and ocean freight since pre-pandemic days and lessons therefrom, if any. This is number one. Number two is price/rate scenario in short to medium term, and if any opportunity for backward integration should be looked for by steel companies in India. This is also in respect of coal and ocean freight. Mr. Sinha.
Thank you once again. So let me start with the first part, which is the volatility. And we should not look at raw material volatility in isolation. Okay, we should the way we look at is looking at raw material volatility with what the raw material is consumed for, which is for steel. Okay, so I come from a steel plant. So if you look at, and between the raw material market price and the steel price is what is there, is what we call gross margin. Okay, so if you look at the way gross margin is represented, is you take 1.6 tons of iron ore per ton of steel, 0.7 tons of coal, and then 0.1 of a scrap. Okay, because 1.6 and 0.7 will give you hot metal, and then you add a scrap and it will make a steel. So if you look at the cost of that raw material, and then at what price you are able to sell steel, the spread is the main determinant of volatility. So if you look at, and then there could be 4 cases that we can draw out, that there is a higher raw material price with high steel prices, okay, which would have been the case in the last 6 months in most part of the globe. High raw material prices and high steel prices, okay. The second could be high raw material prices, but lower steel price. Okay, and let me deal with each of these segments, because although the raw material prices remain volatile, but in each of these scenarios, our treatment or the way we feel the pinch of it will be very different. So let us now talk about the current situation where there are high raw material prices, but steel prices are also high. It means the margins are high. It also means that you don't want to lose on production or productive capacity. So you will sweat out the blast furnaces or any capacity that you have. And it means that any material which is available, you won't let the blast furnace starve because of materials. And so you will buy material at any price because your margins are good. And so, and just taking a thumb rule example, if you look at iron ore, say at a long-term average price of roughly about $100 internationally, and coal price of about 150, and say scrap price of 350, you will say the cost of raw material in the ratio that I talked about is roughly $300. Okay, and then the cost of converting it into a steel, which is all the energy and ferroalloys and manpower and all other costs, is roughly about $250. And so a good HRC price of say $600 will give you a $50 margin. But suppose raw material price, your input cost increases by $100, but the steel prices increase by $300, then we are into what we call commodity super cycle, where everyone is making money. The raw material supplier, the steel mills, the intermediaries, everyone. But this situation is not going to last forever. Means we all know good times don't last forever. So obviously it will move to a certain situation which is more steady, low raw material prices and lower steel prices. Is it essentially bad? The answer is no. If the raw material prices go down, it has a very high correlation with the steel prices. So obviously with some lag, the steel prices will also go down. So you won't have a supernormal profit. But this situation is also required because all the fat that we built up during the high commodity cycle regime, then we lose out on efficiency. So the time to focus on efficiency comes during the low price regime. Okay, so all the improvement or innovation happens during that time. At the moment, there is no need for innovation because everyone is making money. So that is very important as well. So there is a place for that also in the cycle. And in the intermediate position, there could be 2 different views where there is a low raw material price, but very high steel price. Okay, this is what everyone will like to, or a steel manufacturer will like to see, but it's not going to last. Okay, because if raw material suppliers, which are almost an oligopoly, they see that the prices are very, very high, they will obviously increase their prices. So that situation can remain for 3 to 6 months, but not much. And the other is very low steel prices and very high raw material prices. Again, it can last for some time, but it's not sustainable because some of the steel plants with say flexible capacity, they will start closing down because it won't make money if they are not able to cover their fixed costs. So for me, the volatility is important going through all these cycles. And in each of the cycles, so what is important is margin and not raw material price by itself. Okay, so that's the first part that I wanted to bring up. The second part, you asked about the pricing. Our short-term outlook and medium, when I say medium term or long term, 5 years, let us say 5 years. See, short-term pricing is totally crystal ball gazing. And why I say that? Because if you look at any methodology by the price reporting agencies, it is dependent on the most desperate buyer or most desperate seller selling the marginal product. With everyone, suppose I have a contract with a supplier, whether coal or iron or coal, let us say, for 1 year. Okay, And normally, what is the price? It's index plus or minus certain percentage. That is what it will be. So I do not, being a very large buyer, I do not determine the price. I am a price taker because index plus minus premium is the only thing that I determine. I do not determine index. Now, who determines the index? The index is determined by the spot buyer. Okay. So and if you look at the way the spot is, if I am very desperate, if I am running short of a coal, I am ready to pay any price for that. Similarly, a seller who is desperate to sell because he has to 31st December, his annual his year is ending, he wants to generate some money, quick revenue, he wants to sell. So it's about the desperation of the buyer and seller who determines the spot prices. And so what happens, and typically if you know in our trade, 80 to 90% is contract and 10 to 20% is a spot. So it's almost the cart before the horse. The spot buyers determine the price for the contract buyers. Okay, so it's a very strange situation, but that's what it is. So the largest buyer are not determinant of price. The smallest buyers determine the price at which the large buyers take. Okay, so having said that, in the short-term pricing, there are also element of speculation. And why I say that? Because it's not only the buyer and seller who are determining prices, especially in, say, evolved commodity like iron ore. Because there are a lot of speculators who are at play. These are the banks, these are the people who participate in commodity exchanges. Okay, like buying shares, you can always buy some commodity positions. You can buy positions at DCE, Dalian Commodity Exchange or Singapore, and you can trade in that. Okay, without physically owning that or without having a physical requirement of buying that. So it is then speculative because I think that iron ore prices is going to go up. So let me buy 5,000 tons of iron ore on the exchange. I don't have to worry about keeping it, shipping it, etc. I just buy it at $80, and when the prices go to $110, I sell it off, right? So this is what a speculation, and if you multiply it by a couple of thousands, couple of millions, you can see what happens. Okay, so there is a lot of speculative activity. So short-term forecasting is obviously fraught with lots and lots of danger. Okay, and this is why I came with the margin concept. But if you really look at it over the long term, over a couple of years, 4 or 5 years, then you start thinking in terms of the basic economics, the demand supply, what's happening, what is the trend in the market. And so there are some trends which are irrefutable. There are some trends, okay, where it may go either way, okay, and there are some trends which we believe is not there, but there are different views on that. So let us just look at, and I'm just drawing from Mr. Yiming's presentation also earlier. So if you look at what are the trends, steel production worldwide, if you go by world steel projection, it will grow by between 1.1 to 1.3%, okay, for the next 5 years. So although the percentage is very small, 1.1%, but if you look at 1,800 million production worldwide, 1% is also 18, 19 million. So over 5 years, we will add about 20 million tons of new steel capacity. Okay, so that's point number one. So this is definitely a trend that production will grow. Okay, in different parts of the world, it will grow differently. Obviously, the growth engine will be in India and Southeast Asia. The second part, which is also irrefutable, is that there will be a movement from blast furnace to EAF. The share of blast furnace currently, or share of EAF, is currently worldwide, globally, about 25%. Okay, in steel production. There are various estimates, but most likely it will be, if you take a middle point, it will go to 35% in 5 years. Okay, so people will move from BF to EAF in many ways. Not only that, even the steel mills who are doing BF, and if they are using a scrap, they will increase their scrap charge in their blast furnaces. Okay, so whichever way you look at, the requirement for raw materials will go down. So one factor is steel increase, it means raw material increase. But because of movement to EAF, requirement for traditional raw material going down. The third thing, if you look from an iron ore perspective, Chinese iron ore, and which Mr. Zheng also said, because of high cost, okay, the production of Chinese concentrate will keep on going down. Okay, from current about 220 million, and you have seen already it's depleting at a very high cost. So it will also go down. Fourth, the Brazilian investments, which has happened now, and after all the disasters have been taken, have been accounted for. And if you look at Vale's philosophy, from current 330 million, they will go to 400 million. Okay, that's the way that they can make money and they can compete. With most of the Australian supplies. And so, if you balance all these out, okay, then you see that iron ore there will bound to be slightly more availability, okay, than what the demand is. And so there will always be pressure on iron ore prices. And so if I look at medium term, which is 4 to 5 years, and within the quarter, obviously there will be more fluctuation, but I think a good price range to expect is $80 to $100. Okay, so we won't see in a quarter or in a month, you can still see $150, $160. But I'm saying over a longer term, okay, you would like to assume that the prices will be $80 to $100 because of the regions that I have told. But within iron ore, this is about the general 62% iron ore. But I completely agree with my previous panelists that within iron ore, there will be a premium, okay, for higher grade material. So which is first for 65 grade, because if we are going through a decarbonization, 65% Fe will require less carbon, okay, to reduce, and so it will be preferred. Similarly, pellet consumption will increase. People will move or inject, people will use more and more pellets. Okay. So if you look at pellet premium, traditionally, see the cost of making, the operating cost of making pellet is about $15. I'm taking operating cost, take out the, not the capital cost. And so typically earlier we used to think that a $30 pellet premium is giving you good margin to invest in pellet. This has significantly moved up. Okay. And I think if you look at long-term pellet premium, it will be upwards of $45 because there will be more demand for pellets, not only from steel mills, but also from, not only from blast furnaces, but also from DRI producers. Coming to the coal scenario, the steel production scenario remains the same. Coal is slightly more complex because two other things are happening. One is there is a trend that thermal coal slowly, okay, will have to disappear by 2030 in most part of the geography, most part of the world. Okay, especially in Europe, US, etc. You'll see thermal coal mission, and obviously no new thermal power plant will come up. So there are many announcements that you would have seen that about the thermal coal not being required. Also, there are not many banks who will support a thermal coal project anywhere in the world. Okay, so because they do not see its future, because there are other capable energy sources which are available, and so banks are also taking that view. So thermal coal is definitely in danger. Now, what was happening with the thermal coal? Thermal coal was always an indicator for our semi-soft or PCI coal in steel making because it provides a floor. Because you cannot sell PCI coal at lower price than thermal coal because you have a substitute. You can always sell PCI as a thermal coal, okay, adjusted for calorific value. So it always used to provide a floor. So there will be an impact if thermal coal is not being mined. And as we know, in any coal mining that we do, and once you beneficiate coal, you will always have some prime product and some sub-prime product, middlings or tailings, which goes in the thermal coal market one way or the other in energy producing segment. Now, if I do not get value for those products because there won't be demand for it, it means I need to load up the cost in my prime product. Okay, so there will be a pressure on that because for people who require prime coal, because their secondary product will not give that much benefit, so prime product is likely to go up. Second, a counterbalancing argument is that as people will go more towards decarbonization, as I said, even in the blast furnace route, if you see the scrap usage is going to increase. It means there will be less carbon requirement. Okay. People are going for larger and larger blast furnaces. It means less coke rate, higher PCI rate. Net effect, lower coal consumption. So definitely there will be pressure on coal as well. Okay. And the only people who will be buying coal in large quantities will be India and Southeast Asia in that sense. I'll say seaborne trade. So our view of coal prices, it will remain at a elevated level. We won't see, again, in a month or a quarter, you can always see lower prices. But over a longer term, our price forecast for coal will still be between 150, 160 to 180, that kind of number. There is another trend that you are picking up and which is almost becoming fashionable, is that all the multi-commodity raw material companies, okay, whether it's Rio Tinto or Anglo or Glencore or BHP, they will be under pressure from their shareholders to move away from coal mining. And we have seen that already happening. Rio Tinto has moved out, Vale has moved out except for Mozambique, so I think they are also trying to move out from there. Anglo has announced many a time, then withdrawn, and then they have said, okay, we will take away the non-prime coal. BHP just sold off their BMC arm, saying that it's a non-prime coal, so we are in the high end of coal. So you will see that the shareholder pressure coming to the multi-commodities company, and they will focus on other assets than on coal assets. So this will give rise to, in the interim, definitely some, I would say, difficulties to producers like also the Indian steel mills who are looking at more and more, say, coal buy, at least in the near future. So I think in the first part of my speech, that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to communicate. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take it. You are on mute, Mr. Mukesh.
Sir, if you can also take us through the ocean freight scenario.
Yeah. So ocean freight again means we need to look at, we need to differentiate between short-term freight and long-term freight. Okay, so if you really look at long-term freight, and long-term in shipping parlance is 15 years, because that's a normal average, say, life of a ship, a new ship. That has not changed much. So if you really see a Cape size 15-year-old, if you want to buy it, you can buy it around $55 million. And if you look at the capital cost, okay, a percent over these 15 years at the interest rate that is there in Japan or other ones where the maximum owners are at 0 to 1%, then you know that maybe Cape's rate will be between 15 to 18,000, say roughly around $18,000 per day. Okay, currently today is 41,000. But again, short-term volatility is very different. So long-term prices of Cape will be dependent on at what price you can buy. You can order a Cape today. Okay, and that is there. So I do not see much volatility in that. In the short term, Cape markets and Panamax markets are very, very different markets. Cape market will always see more volatility. And why is that? Because Cape are totally, I'll say 80% of the Capes are being used for two materials, thermal coal and iron ore. So if there is more demand or more shipment of iron ore and more shipment of thermal coal, or the trade flow is changing, then you will see Cape size rates changing much. So a simple decision like China not buying coal from Australia, it means it needs to replace the coal from somewhere else, and which are all far distant than Australia, has an impact on the freight market. Okay. And in this case, the freight market was not impacted so much in Cape because the alternate for buying thermal coal, as I said, Cape is a thermal coal mainly market, thermal coal and iron ore. So the impact on coal was, okay, if you don't buy thermal coal from Australia, where do you buy it from? And you buy it from Indonesia. Indonesia, most of the port will not take Cape size, so it will be Panamax. And so you start seeing the impact on Panamax. Similarly, when iron ore prices were going up because there were less supply, and then you saw that the prices with the iron ore price increase, the Capesize rates started moving up. But these are short-term phenomena, and then it corrects itself. Panamax rates are much less volatile because there are more commodities that they carry. Okay, they carry food grains, they carry fertilizers, which are not necessarily connected to our kind of industry, and there is a much steadier flow. Okay, so this is why you see the amplitude in movement in Panamaxes is much lower than in Cape. So if you look at a long-term rate for Cape and Panamaxes, as I said, they will be governed by the capital cost. Okay, of making these vessels. Over shorter term, there will be more volatility in Cape than in Panamaxes. The other component is fuel. Okay, so we can't end the discussion on freight without talking about what happens to the bunker. Okay, so the bunker prices, absolutely, if you see in the last almost 1 year, there was 1 year back when almost the oil was available for free, or actually at negative price. If you were placed to a store oil, you could have bought it at 0 price. Okay, it lasted for a couple of days, but you could have done that. And I'm just giving the example of oil because bunker prices are largely dependent on the oil prices, okay, the fuel prices. And so if you see today, after this COVID second, the Omicron variant coming up, it took a backseat, means the oil rally, it went up to $66 per barrel. Now it is back to about 74, 75. It is still lower from the peak, which achieved around $84, $85 sometime back. But if you believe that I'll say the fossil fuel, if you believe in the thermal coal story, that the way thermal coal consumption will go down, we also have a belief that fossil fuel consumption in shipping also will undergo change. Maybe slightly longer term, but it will still undergo change. We ourselves, you would have seen in the press, we ourselves have tried some biofuel. It is at the moment only a trial, a pilot scale trial, but it is catching up everywhere. There are wind challenger projects. There are many different kinds of ships being built, which will look at alternate fuels. Okay, so the pressure on bunkers will be there, and we believe that bunker rate means if you really look at longer term bunker rates, you will be more likely to be in the vicinity of $50 to $60 a barrel, which equates to roughly about, I'll say, $450 of low sulfur fuel oil for ships. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you. You are on mute again.
Thank you, sir. You can go to the next question. Oh,
sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
What I had said that whether such scenario would necessitate the backward integration for the steel mills.
Yeah, so I think it depends on company to company. It's a very company-specific policy. Okay, India, obviously the mining sector is opening up, but the kind of premium that we have seen in the initial phases, okay, almost defeats the purpose of backward integration, because then there is no advantage or disadvantage of buying a mine here or buying a mine in any other geography. Okay, so the national resource advantage is not there. So if you really look at very objectively, each company will decide on its own, but there is definitely a merit in, say, backward integration will emanate from the fact that it takes care of raw material security rather than a pricing advantage. And why I'm saying that? Raw material security, because we said volatility is also a function of what is happening elsewhere in the globe. So if you have a backward integration with your own mine, you are much more sure about the supply or the availability. Okay, it can drive the cost. But price-wise, if you really look at the trend, I do not see that the new mines which will come up through the auctions will be any cheaper okay, than what is their international prices. Also, we have seen the examples of Coal India, that irrespective of whether the international coal prices are $80 or $400, you go through always a cycle. Okay, prices go up, prices go down, and they vary. But if you have a mines and if you are already working on a, say, good enough efficiency, the only thing which will change is inflation. Okay, so if you have your own mines, typically over a longer period of time, over 5 years, 10 years, your cost will keep on going up. Okay, and especially with the high prices that we are paying for acquisition of these mines, people need to see that whether same can be achieved through a long-term contract with your supplier. But as I said, it will be a very company-dependent policy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sinha. So you have given a very nice perspective of the short-term speculative fellows actually, or the short-term fellows decide the index at which the long-term players or big players buy or sell. You have also said about the medium-term price scenario, which you feel that which will be range bound. You have said about longer-term coal price, 150 to 160. You are talking this about prime hard coking coal or some other coal?
No, I was meaning prime hard coking coal. I was saying 150 to 180. Yeah, average being 160.
So 150 to 180, that means there is a significant reduction scope from the current level. Of course, you have said short term you don't want to comment, but currently it is around 300 plus, right?
Yeah. But 6 months back it was $115. So
yeah, that's true. Incidentally, I find interesting that iron ore price is always talked about 230, 200. These are all CFR price, and that is DMT. And coal, when is talked about, these are all FOB price. That is my understanding.
Yeah.
So why it has happened, I do not know. What the years it must have developed, but why it has, how it has evolved, I also do not know actually. But I'm sure
I can throw some light there, because see what happens in coal. If you look at who are the major consumers are spread all across. Okay, so obviously initially it was Japan, Korea, Taiwan before 91. The biggest buyers were Japan, Korea, Taiwan, JKT. Next, between 91 to say 2020, you can say it was China, which was buying maximum seaborne coal. Then currently it's India. Okay, so still, even if you don't go by the who is the topmost buyer, but the buyer were spread equally. So it does not make sense to pinpoint. And also there were two major coal supplying geography. One was Australia, another was US and Canada. Right. So if you look at the distribution, it was more or less okay. So in US East Coast supplying to Europe. Okay, Canada West Coast bringing to Asia, China, etc. And then Australia. So the FOB became the norm, okay, and which is, I think, for most of the commodity. Iron ore is totally different. Out of 1.6 billion trade, seaborne trade, which happens, 1.1 to 1.2 billion ton goes to one single destination, which is China. Okay, so 70% of iron ore from anywhere in the globe comes to China, and so the Chinese CFR price, delivered price, and why that became important. Because apart from Australia, the only other large supplier was Vale in Brazil. Okay, and they had to compete, and the Chinese buyers were saying, I can buy coal at $100 or plus $4 or $5 freight. I want, even if you are from Brazil, I want that's at $105. Okay, because why should I pay for something only because you are distant? And this is how Vale started developing Vale Maxes, the large, very large ships.
That's right.
To compete on the freight ground. So the reference price became CFR China, mainly because 70% of the seaborne trade happens in China, which is not the case in coal.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for your elaborate views on the subject. Now we have got another Mr. Mukherjee. Tuhin Mukherjee is waiting patiently. And thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for hearing us for such a long time. I know you are handling too many things, but now the balance time is yours, so you can handle accordingly. I would request you, first, if you want to enlighten us with your views on the discussion so far in this session, and what are your views about the future demand supply scenario of coal, including coking coal and iron ore, both globally and in India? And in that context, what should be the pragmatic strategy for Indian steel mills to secure uninterrupted raw material supply at an economic price? And if you have any views on ocean freight, on bulk materials like iron ore and coal, with suggested strategy for securing stable price, you're most welcome. Over to Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee.
Thank you, PKM. Since I am also Mukherjee, no, please, am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Okay, before I start, let me compliment and give my profuse thanks to Mr. Ranjan Sinha for excellent and very lucid way of explaining his point of view, as if I felt I am a school student. He is my teacher. The way you elaborated, kudos to you. Thank you, Mr. Sinha. It's a wonderful way of presenting the entire gamut of things of today's raw material, demand, supply, nitty-gritties. Thank you so much. I must thank again for those finer points he picked up. Really, thank you so much. So with my friend from Platt, he also gave a very overview of the entire world, particularly the Southeast Asian, the pricing indexes and indices. Thanks to you to him as well. Now, as Mr. Mukherjee has given me that my comments, I think it will be very improper for me to comment on this such a beautiful, I should say, comprehensive talk from Mr. Ranjan Sinha. I have learned a lot from him, and I updated my database from the input I got from him. Definitely, it's really my memory 1, memory 2, so many memories have got really filled up with those informations. It will be a great help to me going forward. But what I see, this particular 2 days conference by Bengal Chambers, it is the Indian minerals, mining and metal sector, but fundamentally it has been a steel sector. It is more apt because, you know, what I feel, the steel, iron ore, if you take club together, it is the second largest commodity value chain after crude oil. Look at the crude oil, right from the crude oil to the entire oil value chain. Next is the iron ore to steel to all entire value chain. Now, today in the world, everybody talk about the basic index based on crude oil, whether it's the Brent or any index on the crude oil. While the steel sector, we sometimes flip between the iron ore or steel. Now, going forward, as Sinha has pointed out, the demand of iron ore may go for a different look, because with the decarbonization movement and increase of electric arc furnace, the demand of scrap will go up. The iron ore may look differently. So those are key challenges. But I think in the commodity value chain, the so-called iron ore steel, we need to look at in the entire value chain, right from the iron ore to the end product. That so far, like petroleum, we don't address like that. There's one part I felt all along. We need to look at the value chain right from the A to Z. Now, Mr. Bika Mukherjee has given me a wider task by comment of demand supply globally and then coming to the Indian context. But global context, we have heard from Mr. Sinha very nicely. So with my Mr. Yaming Zeng. sorry, correct me if I have pronounced wrongly. But if I see the number crunching today, the steel capacity globally is about 2.45 billion tons across all the continents. If you together 2.45, 2.43 number billion tons. Against that, we are manufacturing about 1.8, 1.9 billion ton of steel. And this is practically covered all the continents, of which the prime share belongs to Asia, which is about, I think, capacity about 1.6 billion, and we are producing about 1.4, 1.38. Compared to that, Oceania, that Australia is smallest. I think that they have capacity of 6.4 and they're producing about 6.1, like that. Compared to the steel capacity or the production level, you see the iron ore reserve, it is slightly entirely skewed. The highest reserve today is the Oceania, which is about 50 billion tons. 50 billion tons in Oceania, and thereafter, if you find the reserve is in CIS. And thereafter, after CIS, it comes Africa or Latin. So if you see that means that, as we all know in today's art, the two elements, iron and nickel, is available across the globe, across the continent. And from that iron, to produce steel, that value at the next step, so far, globally, we have a steel capacity. Whether it's a sufficient scope of growth is there. But supply, I don't think there's any shortage of supply. Even though existing capacity, there's adequate supply source, proven source, which can be supplied at a required level. Now, when you come to the next level, when you supply, when you have the product, then comes the quality. Then the quality in the sense, as you discussed, high grade, low grade, high Fe content. Then go to the mature consumer like Japan or Korea, then they'll go to next to Fe content, they will go to alumina, silica, next to come to phosphorus. Even they after chlorine also, they go up to that level. So those quality will come up on that level. But so let me conclude that in the globe, the globe where we live, we have sufficient iron ore, which is economically exploitable, can be mined, can be supplied to everywhere at the door. And today, based on that, wherever there is steel manufacturing capacity, iron ore is available. Now, what quality? That we have to address suitably. Now, as you know, the iron ore, again, there are broadly two types of iron ore. One is hematite and magnetite, and plus you have tacodite and pisolite, high phos, low phos. I'm not going to those minor details, granular details. But going back to burning magnetite, wherever there's hematite, when you produce, start mining those hematite, you produce lot of fines, ultra fines. Although maybe high grade, how to use those fines and ultra fines, you got to have a technology, either wherever in the steel mill you have a sintering, they can sinter, or you can convert it to a pellet. So whatever the mode, there's enough quantity of iron ore in the hematite, there are a lot of fines will generate compared to the magnetite, where you get sized, what you call lump ore or calibrated lump ore. So this is the one I would like to conclude as a demand supply. There's enough supply. Now, next, I would say, I would like to always think, I agree with Rajan Sinha, is that because of the pricing, maybe the secondary, the primary is going forward is the quality, specifications, because that will address both the quality of steel you're manufacturing, and second, today's world, we are talking about the decarbon. When you're talking about the decarbonization, where as a reductant, when you're using this, higher grade will definitely use low carbon. So one is the specification of the Fe content, and those gang mineral, gang element like be it silica, alumina, phos. But those will play a role. That means wherever you are looking for iron ore, if you have that quality, then that will help me in taking forward. Then comes the price. As a physical supply goes, other than Australia, LATAM, NORTAM, CIS, and today the Western Africa is opening up in a big way. You've heard from by Platt saying the Simandou in China is developing, and other Simandou also, Mauritania and Sierra Leone also opening up in a large way. So when Western Africa iron ore comes into the market, the demand supply scenario will change drastically. Although, as we learned today, and it is a fact today, the demand is not going to go, is not going to experience in the next year like FY22 or FY23, not in a big way, not much of a jump. But even then, whatever little bit growth we are predicting or speculating, this supply will meet that. So as a broad, I should feel, my suggestion is that we have adequate supply of iron ore for each part of our globe, each continent, and the quality as well. Now, from that level, I would like to take India out of that, because India all along, excepting the western coast of India, where we do import little bit of Lamport from South Africa, Cuba or Lamport. Rest India, we have a sufficient iron ore in the country, which can take care of our local demand. This is also, you must keep back up your mind. This is strictly based on our existing hematite ore. We have not tapped our magnetite ore. Entire Western Ghat is out of our reach by the ruling of Supreme Court. We can't open up, as you all are aware, we have a large resource of magnetite on the Western Ghat, but that has been devoured by the Supreme Court judgment for maintaining the environment of the Western Ghat area. So based on hematite, whatever you have got in Orissa, in a state like Orissa, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, we have adequate reserve, and that can supply going forward for at least nearing 80 to 100 years. So this is the so India is something different than the global scenario. I don't think that we should be alarmed. And now, next question, I think Mr. Mukherjee was asking me that whether going for backward integration with iron ore mine, with the steel manufacturer or not. I totally agree with Mr. Ranjan Sinha, and that it is an individual business entity, their strategic call, whether they will go for backward integration or not, how do we maximize the shareholder value. But going forward, as a larger interest, the mineral is a nature's gift. Now, how do we maximize the mineral from each mine? India is already, we are a land-starved country. We have a very smaller, if you see the per capita land distribution is very tight. Should we open too many mines, or instead, we open fewer mines but larger capacity, exhaust the mineral and start a new mine, and reclaim the land and start a new mine. By that process, you take out whatever the mineral available, whatever the quality, beneficiate, process, capture the best value out of that, reclaim the land and open a new mine. If you follow this strategy, I think the outlook will change differently. So this is the one, my thought process for iron ore supply and pricing part of iron ore. Again, I think that is secondary to me. That price is a factor of too many parameters that needs, and that I think Ranjan Sinha again explained very nicely. When the price is how he has linked with the pricing of the iron ore and the finished product of steel. And I'll not go into that details, but each should be addressed separately. Do not cross subsidy by each by others. This is what I always felt on that line. Now, As a part of steel, we talk about the other raw material is metallurgical coal. As long as you're going for a blast furnace or BOF, you need to have metallurgical coal, both as a fuel, as a reductant. And that time, as India is really doesn't have that much of good quality coking coal or metallurgical coal, is primarily dependent on import of such coal from either from Australia, and of late they started from US and CIS as well. So that will continue. Parallelly, some of the steel manufacturing in India, they have already got into a route of new technology like Corex or Simplex or even the PCI coal. Those definitely substituting the metallurgical coal. But again, those are thermal coal, although slightly better than Indian thermal coal, but it has a lot of high ash in a decarbon regime. How to address that? That's a key challenge. I think one of the steel manufacturing company in India, they also gone to gasification route. They're gasifying those such coal and use the gas as a substitute of the coking coal or metallurgical coal. So those are will play important role going forward. So as far as you continue the BF or BOF, coking coal will continue to play important role, and for that India needs to look for import. And the pricing point, I do not have anything to add rather than Sina has pointed out 150 to 180 or 160. Well, this commodity price is cyclical. It takes its own course, and I don't want to comment on that because this is the way market behaves. And the margin, and he has said that ultimate aim is what is the gross margin. That as a steel player, you look into that. As a mining player, like today, if I'm running a mining company, my strategy is something different. That whatever I'm producing quality material and which is marketable, and I'm not wasting any gram of mineral on the ground. That is the way we look at it. So in a nutshell, India, I would like to take India out of the rest of the world as far as iron ore goes. As a coal, we cannot do that. We need to see in a packaged product between India and the coking coal producing country, where from India is importing those such coal, like primarily Australia today and USA and CIS. And for PCI coal, India has been importing such PCI coal from South Africa, Australia, and also US. And there were a couple of we have imported such coal from Colombia also. Somebody maybe bit astonished to learn. Even we have imported coal from Chile also. Chile does produce some coal from southern part of Chile. We have imported that coal as well. But those are trial and short term. So this is because this is the broad way I would like to comment. And on that, and now Mr. Bekar Mukherjee, if you have any specific question, I would like to react whatever little bit I know.
No, sir. While if I have any questions left, I'll touch with all of you offline. Mr. Arnav is after this thing that next session time is up. So, and I was told that there is no questions so far has come up to Secretariat.
Any quick question for 30 seconds response? Can I ask?
Yeah, please.
If Arnav permits. My question, I think, would be to Mr. Sinha or to Mr. Mukherjee, or maybe Mr. Chairman of the session can also answer. Given the context of metallurgical coal unavailability in the country, we are dependent completely on imports. So do we really consider acquiring prime coking coal properties abroad as still a strategic initiative? Does SAIL or Tata Steel think of that?
I don't know whether you were there when Mr. Sinha had replied this question.
No, actually, I came very late towards the close of Mr. Sinha's.
So Mr. Sinha's views, and which Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee also corroborated with that will depend on the individual company's perspective. They have to see each and every aspect of it and then accordingly go ahead. But my views would be that strategically it makes sense, particularly during this decarbonization commitment by various nations. If there are any tenements coming up for acquisition, I think it makes sense for Indian steel companies, after evaluating, of course, from all points, to ensure the raw material availability for the next 30-40 years. That would be
Any
my
perspective of Tata Steel on this? Mr. Sinha, if you can enlighten.
Yeah, so it will be slightly difficult for me, Mr. Bhattacharya, to respond in this forum about my company's policy. But I'll say what will be but let me answer in a different way. Okay, that why should you invest? Okay, as a procurement person, you always question, make or buy decision is always in the procurement hand. Okay, you can make something or you can buy something. And I believe, okay, having spent time in procurement, that you can buy anything. Okay, and I'm not talking of necessarily an asset. If you need an asset just to have security of supply, okay, then I can achieve the same by having a very long-term contract with the same suppliers. Okay, I can have a 15-year contract, and it's not unheard of. Okay, we can do that, or we can have a contract which can be renewed. But if you are looking for this as a totally a price play, so from a security of supply, as I said, I can achieve the same by by having a longer term contract. But if you are looking at a price advantage, then you need to look at what is the price of the asset. It is coming. Are you buying during the time of super cycle or during at this time? It may make sense only if there is no investment which is coming in coal. Okay, an entire world is trying to reduce their coal footprint and in 2050, while India still requires up to 2070. So we have 20 years more time frame compared to anyone else, that we are more practical about it. And so if the investment is not coming and if it is required to secure that, then it will make sense. Otherwise, it's purely a finance call rather than a security of supply call.
Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee is raising his hands to talk about this, but Mr. Mukherjee, you have to excuse me. I am really overshot the time.
Okay.
Okay.
No,
Offline,
please.
Offline, I will speak.
Please make your comments, Mr. Mukherjee. Please make your comments.
I have got nothing more to comment. Actually, I was also personally enlightened by first Mr. Sinha's talk, and then Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee is always available, and he is like my senior brother, or elder brother rather. And Mr. Himeng, your first preliminary talk has actually kept everybody awake after lunch. So thank you very much for that. Thank you all the panelists, esteemed panelists rather. Mr. Sinha, we will be in touch with you in future also. Arnav, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to Mr. Tuhin Mukherjee, Mr. Ranjan Sinha, and Mr. Weiming Zheng for wonderfully express their thoughts. With this, and also we are thankful to Mr. P.K. Mukherjee for moderating the session. With this, we conclude the business session 3, Exports Roundtable, Future Outlook of Steel Raw Materials and Ocean Freight. We thank you all. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. In business session 4, we will have very eminent speakers with us. Please stay tuned with us. Thank you all. Good afternoon and welcome back when the experts roundtable on challenges in decarbonization of Indian steel industry. We have very eminent speakers with us, Mr. Ashok Kumar, Chief Technical Advisor, Tata Steel UK, Ms. Anvesha Thakkar, Global Co-Head, Climate Change and Decarbonization, KPMG Impact and Partner, KPMG India and Industry Lead Renewable Energy, Mr. Sphotik Bhattacharya, Process Expert, Tata Consulting Engineers Limited. The session would be moderated by Dr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Mentor of Metals Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Vice President, Technology and New Materials Business, Tata Steel Limited. Over to Dr. Bhattacharya, sir, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnav.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, Ashok, and I don't know, Anvesha, where you are based. You're based in India, I presume, so good afternoon to you.
Yes, very much in India. I'm in Mumbai.
You're in Mumbai, so you're east enough to say, from GMT perspective. So good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, Mr. Bhattacharya, Sphotik Bhattacharya. Thank you, BCCI, for organizing this platform on which we can discuss and debate and get views from eminent experts on decarbonization, which, especially the steel industry, which is very, very topical. Before I unleash the panelists on you, let me give you my brief perspective. Apparently it's a very simple problem. You just have to take CO2 out of the equation of production of iron, right? So you have iron oxide from the iron ore, and you reduce it with carbon, and you get iron, and of course you get CO2. So somehow get the CO2 out. And I know that the technologists amongst us will be squirming in their seats by the use of the word, hearing the use of the word simple, right? So yes, of course, it's simply a matter of taking CO2 out. Yes, the blast furnaces give CO2. Well, you capture it and put it under the into gas wells or spent oil wells, or you fix it in a particular compound. Problem solved. Or instead of carbon, you use hydrogen, and then you don't get CO2. You get hydrogen oxide, which is water. Problem solved. Yes, of course. Then, as you go deeper, you encounter the actual problems on which we are discussing today, which is the challenges that are faced by the steel industry in decarbonization. Is there enough hydrogen to reduce all the iron oxide that is needed today for 1.8-ish billion tons of steel? Is there enough hydrogen which is green? And will there be enough hydrogen that will be green in the near future? If not, what do we do with the carbon? How do we fund? What happens to the cost of steel? And so on and so forth. So today we have three eminent panelists who are going to enlighten us on what the world is thinking about in terms of decarbonization, various technologies, various policies. How is Europe thinking about it? How is India with its own idiosyncrasies in terms of mix of primary steel making and secondary steel making? How is India facing these problems? And lastly, to round it all up, we talk about the thing that makes the world go round, which is money. For all these things to happen, we need funds, right? We need somehow to make it all a level playing field, and the burden should not come as far as possible to the user, right? How is all that going to happen? So may I first turn to Mr. Ashok Kumar, who has been based in Europe for the last 5 years, Ashok, to enlighten us.
Yeah.
Okay, ballpark. So, so if you can enlighten us as to what the world is thinking about, where
Europe is a thought leader and also action leader in decarbonization, especially in the steel industry. Where do you see Europe leading the world? Where do you see, therefore, the world going? And what are the consequences? Ashok, can you, just opening remarks, take 10, 15 minutes. Please.
Okay, thanks, Debashish. And hello to my fellow panelists. I think let me start with two anomalies that I see. Europe, as Debashish, you said, is indeed the thought leader. Of course, it makes only 8% of the global steel production. So what happens here pretty much doesn't make a difference to climate change or the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, but the thinking could trigger a lot of action around the world. So that way it's still relevant. The other anomaly which you can notice is that climate change is about CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. Yet, when we monitor action, we do it country-wise. Everyone must get their books right. Whether it changes the total for the world is another matter. So there is kind of a loss of linkage between the narratives and the actual problem that we are trying to solve. For example, there are a lot of steelmakers who want to change what they do. Instead of making steel starting with iron ore, they want to capture the scrap and remelt it. Now, that's of course very good for your CO2 books, but it is not meaningful action to making a difference to the world. So a lot of narratives are a mix of these two. Let's change what we do. Let's remelt old steel and call it decarbonization. Of course, that's not meaningful decarbonization because the scrap, instead of being melted elsewhere, you will melt it and somebody else will make iron, perhaps emitting more CO2 than you do today. So these are the two sort of threads which at least I found very necessary to get into to demystify all the announcements. Coming more specifically to what you said, what is the thinking in Europe? Hydrogen is a very major theme. The other is, as I mentioned, remelting old steel, not let the scrap get exported from UK, from Europe, but to melt it here. And there is acceptance of CCS, which is very much feasible in Scotland and Norway, and there is a resistance to it in places like Netherlands and so on. In this context, let me refer to Japan. Or maybe let me first explain why the hydrogen story and the renewable story has got, it's a great idea. In principle, there's nothing wrong with it, but you need almost multiple factor growth in electricity with the current state of technology for that much energy and reductant to be produced in the form of hydrogen. And there are places in the world like Sweden where there is 65 grams of CO2 footprint to make a unit of electricity. Sure, this could work. Cost is another matter. But there are places like Japan where there isn't enough wind onshore. It can be deep sea. There isn't enough solar. So the renewable energy options are pretty limited and can be very expensive. Nuclear energy, they have bruised themselves with the Fukushima disaster. So that has slowed down. So it's a developed economy, but the options for really playing out the hydrogen story are very limited. So I think they have looked at it wisely. The problem is CO2 in the atmosphere, not whether you kill fossil fuels or you don't. As long as you manage the CO2, you increase your options for providing energy. So there are agencies like World Steel and IEA who have looked at different regions around the world. There are appropriate directions for various places. So in their makeup of the solutions, should the entire steel industry decarbonize, roughly 1/3 is coming from efficiency. The carbon as it is used today, the energy delivered and the functionality delivered, they think about 1/3, and a lot of it includes the making of electricity from fossil fuels. About 20% is coming from CCS. About biomass is a big contributor because it's carbon, but then it's offset by nature's own mechanism of neutralizing it. So biomass, hydrogen, CCS, and a lot of the hydrogen story is actually via CCS. There is green hydrogen, which is of course electrolysis of water, and then there is blue hydrogen, which is use of fossil fuels, but managing the carbon. So in the entire hydrogen economy, about 40% is blue hydrogen. So globally speaking, a mix of things. Locally speaking, for India, I think it'll have to be still a lot of it based on coal, but we need to take care of the CO2, and there are various options. And let's not forget efficiency. That's the first thing in all roadmaps, and there's lots of that to happen. So those would be my sort of scattering of a few themes. I haven't connected them very well, but hopefully to this panel that is okay.
Thank you, Ashok. Thank you for bringing forth apparently disconnected points, but we all know that they're all connected through the decarbonization thread, right? So whether it is the question of availability of hydrogen, either blue or green, whether it is the acceptance of carbon dioxide under your house in Netherlands or in Scotland, having different reactions, or whether it is the sheer dominance of coal in a particular geography, right? And all these will perhaps play out their roles. And equally important, it's not just a technical or technological issue; it's a societal issue. Thank you for laying that foundation. If time permits, we'll come back to you. We will come back to you for a short comment later on. Let me now proceed to Mr. Swadik Bhattacharya and ask him to describe what the Indian scenario is. I mean, unlike perhaps the West and the East, India is a healthy mix of primary and secondary steel makers, right? So what does that show up as a challenge in decarbonization of the Indian steel industry? Mr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya, the panelist. Thank you very much. See what is happening in India. We are generally coal-based. Gas-based plants are there, but very few. Recently, some addition has taken place, and those additions are really slightly different. Like, say, JSPL, Angul, they started generation of gas, synthetic gas from coal, and using a DR plant. Say JSW Tornagalu, they have Corex gas, they were generating powers, but they have considered that, okay, we will use this gas, the Corex gas, for DRI making. So the CO2 they separated from the Corex gas, and then they are using now in the DR and going for the electric arc furnace. the primary or the integrated steel plants with blast furnace route, they are using coal, even coal for injection in the blast furnace. This is already happening. And this CO2 generation, we are at the level of 2.4 ton per ton, which needs to be at the rate of at least 1.8 by say near future. And all the steel plants are trying to do that. The implementation of best available technologies is already started. SAIL has already modernized with some capital expenditure, huge capital expenditure. They are increasing, they're not only increasing their capacity, but modern technology they are adopting. Similarly, Tata Steel, they have adopted modern technology, dry quenching, and those areas already have started. And the energy saving at the and ultimately the which leads to CO2 generation less. That has already been started in integrated steel plant. But major problem are twofold. One is the basic raw material, which is iron ore, which have high amount of aluminum. So what is happening? And also the Fe content, high grade iron ore, or prime iron ore, that is 65 plus Fe, which is required for really low fuel consumption. This is limited. So, and the majority of the reserve is a medium grade, that is less than 60% and or less than 62%. This is huge quantity, but this is because of the Fe content is less, the alumina is high, alumina silica ratio is high, and we are facing problem. Another way, basically in the mineral area, the beneficiation and recovery that needs to be addressed so that the input material iron, which we are using in integrated steel plants and also for the secondary sector, there we improve. As such, in the DR, which is an input to our pellets, which are input to DR kilns or DR reactors, gas-based or coal-based. This needs 65 plus. Otherwise, the electric arc furnace is will be expensive, and we have to use more power for making steel out of it. This is one way, and we have to address that, which needs research and beneficiation, maybe flotation or something like that. And it depends on the source of the mine, source of the input to these beneficiation plants. That is number one. Number two is coal. We all know that we have limited coking coal. We are depending on coking coal, but we have non-coking coal. Can we use non-coking coal in our coke ovens? Can we increase the strength of the coke, meaning the CSR, in the of the coal, so that we use those more amount of injectant in the furnace? Those are the things that it needs to be addressed, but it can be done. And what will happen gradually? This integrated steel plant may adopt replacement of smaller blast furnaces and use DRI. Once this can be addressed, these are the whether we can slightly in future this is to be addressed, and which needs money. Yeah. Ultimately, it comes that, and which needs price of the input material, which is really important, right? The natural gas price. We can use natural gas in the blast furnace, but at a hard cost. These are the really issues. But 55% of the material is basically still 55% is getting produced through secondary sector, which consists of electric arc furnace, which consists of induction furnace. And the total number is really very high, and these are all small furnaces or small industries. They are, for them, replacement of coal or decrease of coal is really difficult. And also in the induction furnace, basically the quality is also issue. So what needs to be addressed is that input material for them so that they use coal. Maybe technology can be developed so that we can use natural gas or hydrogen in these coal-based kilns. I understand JSP Driver has already started that. They have started using coke oven gas in the kits, injecting coke oven gas. It is at the hot zone, at the reactive zone, whether if they can use. Also, they are burning coal from the end, the discharge end or discharge end for the kiln. They are burning coal to make the temperature inside the kiln. So, if gas can be used, synthetic gas is really one alternative, and we have to see to it. Ultimately, it is CO, but the synthetic gas or it is a coal. But whether it is an alternative, we have coal. Can we make synthetic gas properly and use this in the reducing process? These are the challenges we have to address. And just going for, say, gas-based reacting and convert it in the electric arc furnace and the infrastructure, those are required. Gas availability is one of the major issues. I'm not talking about hydrogen now, because the hydrogen connection of hydrogen to the secondary industries is itself, or connection of even natural gas to the secondary industries is itself a challenge, and the government has to work on it, support industries for this. And if the industry itself, they try to reduce CO2, because 7% of total CO2 is generated by iron and steel industry. So if we can reduce it, and people are, scientists are trying. I know Tata Steel has already initiated a number of initiatives for CCU and generate some amount of chemicals which can be used in the industry. Similarly, SAIL plants has already started ecological upgradation to decrease the energy consumptions, different plants. But end of the day, because of our availability of energy sources and limited space, our say wind power is not available everywhere. It's only a limited area wind power can be generated. May not be sufficient. Solar also is to be seen. Our population is very high. So how we can use solar villages or for industries? How we can do that? If the integrated steel plants, big steel plants have their own properties where the solar panels can be put, and that generates electricity, which helps for, which can be used in the steel industry. That itself is a requirement, and for that, support is required, government support is also required. All authorities should talk together with industries. I think it is already ongoing. And this type of initiative, if we take, then definitely we can reach at the 1.8 level. This is about, it's, I don't know whether it is a total story. No, not at all. There are so many other areas which needs to be attended, but nutshell, maybe we can take steps towards it.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya, for painting a picture of the Indian challenges, whether it's the the coal-based DRIs, the proliferation of coal-based DRIs, the induction furnaces, the challenge of the integrated steel plants. With the limited availability and the price of natural gas, etc., etc. And of course, you also highlighted the fact that there's an issue of, that there is an opportunity in efficiency, which Ashok pointed out. And you additionally highlighted the role of beneficiation to reduce alumina in our iron ore and ash in coal, etc. So thank you for painting that picture. Thank you for highlighting the challenges. Now let me turn to our colleague from KPMG, Ms. Anvesha Thakkar. You heard the challenges from the technologists, right? Now, each of these technologies, when they come in force at scale, will be expensive, right? Whether you capture CO2 and utilize that CO2 to form whatever, whether you put it under the sea and spend gas wells, it's going to be expensive. Whether you use hydrogen, today is what, $4 per kg. Even if it comes to $2 per kg, it's going to add another $100, $200 per ton to the cost of steel. How does a steel company pioneer in this sort of a setup where you're going to be the first to face these costs, right? Is there not a danger of being pioneer and yet being business-wise non-viable or not sustainable? On the environment side, you're driving for sustainability, but that's not commensurate with the financial sustainability. So, what do you think should the policymakers be thinking of in terms of giving financial security, giving policy security for the steel industry to bring in these necessary technological changes?
Thanks, Mr. Bhattacharya. I think this is quite an interesting question. First of all, let me say that I'm very thrilled to be a part of a panel with such esteemed and learned, seniors from the industry. And thank you very much for this opportunity. It's great to hear from them on deep technology aspects, and it's definitely a learning experience for me. And in terms of what you said, I honestly believe that while we think of it as a really big goal, it's not as difficult as well. And I come back to your, the first point you made. It's simple. We have to look at it and dissect it a bit and not get, I think, overwhelmed and overawed by so many technologies floating around. There'll always be pioneers in this industry, and hats off to them who are making those initial investments, doing the R&D as far as CCUS and hydrogen is concerned, and that must happen. Okay, the leaders need to take that step, and they need to show the way to the industry. I think that's extremely important. But coming back to business fundamentals, at the end of the day, businesses need to work, right? And you need to deliver to the stakeholder expectations. Now, if I dissect the problem, there are 2 or 3 aspects to it. A, we need to definitely reduce the emissions, okay? Now, to what amount? We're not saying take it to 0. As you yourself said, we are comfortable because our net zero target is 2017, right? Having said that, there is an interim target. There is an interim INDC target that the government has made for 2030 to reduce the emissions from 3.1 tons per TCS to 2.4 tons per TCS by 2030. Now that's not a great amount. Like some 20%, odd 15 to 20% odd reduction that is there. Now, the other aspect is, do we do things incrementally or do we do things whole hog? Okay, and what kind of stakeholders should we satisfy? So one, of course, we have to satisfy what is immediately committed by India, and that's not so high that we need to look at 100% decarbonization at this point of time. So let's look at the lowest hanging levers. So that's the point number one. Second is, what are the other stakeholders that we need to be kind of wary of and plan our strategies, around? I would say that we don't only need to look at our compulsions from an India perspective, but we are globally connected steel sector, right? Tomorrow, if we are exporting to EU, okay, there is a carbon border adjustment mechanism or tax that's going to come in. So what is the implication of that on your business? And there's a very interesting back of the envelope, calculation we did to say that even if there's a levy of $30 per ton, of carbon taxes, it can reduce the profits of flat rolled steel by approximately 40%, right? So we need to also plan for not only the emissions only from a government mandate perspective, but what it means for our business. Can it anyway mean a reduction of profitability? In that case, are the investments that we are making, is it a pure just an investment without a saving, or will it result in a profitability saving tomorrow if such kind of mechanisms come in? Third, when we look to access capital from internationally, low cost capital, today ESG is a very important theme with financiers. So if the companies do not have a clear carbon reduction pathway, okay, or even if they don't know what is their carbon emission in the first place and they don't have a plan for reducing it, it's not going to gel well with the investors. So the ability to attract international capital at competitive rates severely goes down, okay, if we don't have carbon strategies. So while I began by saying that the problem is not so complex, it is simple, it can get complex when you start looking at how connected you are globally. But at the same time, I believe that incremental steps can be taken. Everything, all the technologies do not need to be deployed today. And there are very steep cost curves and cost declines that are expected. Like green hydrogen itself today is around $4 per kg, but already developers are talking about $2 per kg in 3 to 4 years, right? And we are talking about $1 by probably 2040 or so. So we need to figure out what are the technologies that make sense today and go for it. And Mr. Bhattacharya talked about green energy or electricity or renewable energy. Now, electricity is a very important component and a large emitter of carbon itself, especially if there are if you're producing through the electric arc furnaces, there's a higher use of electricity. Now, while on-site renewables has its own limitations, like Mr. Bhattacharya said, you may not have space and all that, you do have an ability to wheel power from Rajasthan, okay, or from Gujarat or from Karnataka, right, by the open access mechanism. And the government is trying to make it more and more friendly. Open access for renewable energy, in fact, there is a guideline out to make it even more friendlier, for industries which are looking at procuring renewable energy. So that, in fact, is being looked at in a very big way right now in India by most of the biggest steel players, and they're looking at acquiring in hundreds of megawatts, renewable energy. And the other aspect of renewable energy is that because of technologies like battery storage, pump storage that have come in, the ability to also buy green power from the exchange that has now come in because of the green term ahead and the green day ahead market. What is happening is now there is an RTC, round the clock power that is possible, that is entirely green. Earlier, it could only be 20% of your requirement that could be met by solar or wind. But now almost 70 to 100% of your requirement of electricity can be met. And this actually can bring you savings. It can be cheaper than grid cost. So there is, financially, it is actually a viable solution, and we don't have to worry about investments because it is the renewable energy developers which will make the investments, and you only have to sign a corporate PPA and buy the electricity. There may be some amount of investments that may be required, but those are technicalities that that we can get into. So that's the first point. Let's look at incremental measures to reduce emissions, and it doesn't have to be straight away to highest cost kind of technologies like hydrogen, CCUS. Let's look at incremental technologies like renewable energy. Somebody else mentioned energy efficiency. It's often the less glamorous side of decarbonization, because everybody wants to talk about supply side, hydrogen, carbon capture. Energy efficiency is one of the most viable technologies or options for decarbonization. While Indian industries have made a lot of headway as far as energy efficiency is concerned, but there's still a long way to go and a lot of savings that can be achieved. In fact, the paybacks for energy efficiency measures are much faster than the paybacks that that renewable energy and other sources can give you. So I think between these two, which is renewable energy and energy efficiency itself, there are measures that can be taken by the companies for emissions reduction, where we don't have to worry about sustainability. Now coming to hydrogen and CCUS, yes, today it is not viable, but as I said, there is so much of investment going in globally, especially in electrolyzers and hydrogen, that we do see a very sharp decline. And I think the moment is not far, maybe towards the end of the decade, when this will become viable. In the meanwhile, we have to represent to the government to understand where these cost elements are coming from and where is it that we can ask for subsidies, which representations have been made, and we are looking forward to some of these subsidies and incentives coming in from the government, which will make it viable. The last aspect that one can look at for making these technologies viable is looking at low-cost financing. And there, again, there is innovation as we speak. There is a lot of money, that has been promised by, internationally for developing countries, to fulfill their net zero ambitions. So there's innovation like sustainability-linked bonds, you may have heard of, where, companies can raise international money and it is not related to any project. As long as you're meeting your KPIs, whether it is renewable energy targets, whether it is GHG emissions reduction, you actually get a discount on the original interest rate at which you have raised if you have met the KPIs. So very attractive, I would say, instruments are there, which can help you lower the cost of capital and hence, lower the cost of these interventions. So to sum it up, I would say that we need to take it step by step. We need to dissect the problem and see what are the lowest hanging fruits and look at the financially sustainable measures. For measures which are not immediately financially sustainable, look at a phasing, okay, so that we wait for A, the cost declines, B, the government incentives, and C, plan for some of the, low cost financing, kind of that is coming in the way. And third, by no means I would ever dissuade companies which are leaders in this space to do their pilots and to show the way, because ultimately everybody has to go there. So yeah, this is what I would like to say.
Thank you, Anvesha. That was really insightful, and take it step by step, and don't swallow the whole thing as a single pie. Availability of low-cost financing. Look at efficiency, which seems to be a theme that's running through all the three speakers, which makes me come back to Ashok, if I may. So you started the theme of efficiency, building on efficiency. Okay, so and Anvesha talked about say thermal efficiency, in the steel plant. Can you give us some examples where efficiencies can help in reducing the CO2 footprint and some actions that may have in some of the steel plants?
So Debashish, let me pick up on with you being in the chair, we should be talking a lot more of innovation. So I think the problem of climate change.
Doesn't need me to be in the chair for that.
Yeah, but maybe it helps.
It helps.
So the problem. One perspective on this climate change, apparent slower progress than we would like to, is this diagnosis that the world really doesn't have enough ideas. We have a few and we want to flog them to apply to the whole world. And as a result, there is pushback and we make limited progress. And of course, all else, the noise that follows. So let me pick up two examples of where I think the Indian scientific and technological community could make a difference. For example, in this hydrogen story, people say it needs insane amount of electricity. But, when they make electricity from solar, they use only 18-19% of the energy that is incident. So you first want to make that electricity, then you want to use huge amount of electricity to make hydrogen. But the photons, given suitable materials, and I refer to perovskites and a class of other materials, which can help break water down directly. You don't have to first go to electricity and then make a steel plant which uses 3.5 megawatt hours to make a ton of steel. Very few in the world can afford it. Very few governments can afford it. So this is a materials kind of a challenge. So we need to sort of build on. There's a lot of work in Japan and US, etc. Maybe there is work in India as well. I read recently, IT Bombay, etc. So I think this really needs to be given a big push. The other is, 90% of the iron around the world is made by the blast furnace. Now, in this hydrogen narrative, the blast furnace pretty much seems to be forgotten. But when you step back and look at the blast furnace, people say it's very efficient. Of course, it's very efficient. ETSU is 50%. Does that impress you? 50. I mean, so, and the reason it's very efficient is because it's being used, the coal is being used to make iron and to make a lot of energy. There is BF gas and those pipelines run over all the steel plants to make electricity. Why would you want to make such carbon intensive electricity? And the blast furnace gets a bad name that is very carbon intensive, but it's using that only 40% of that energy to make iron. The balance is making carbon intensive electricity. That's not needed. We have renewable electricity. So who's working to change the blast furnace? Pilots have been done that the blast furnace itself can have a footprint which is 50% or at least 60% of what it is today. Provided you strip the CO2, even if you don't want to store it, recharge the reduction potential of the gas and bring it back. Don't make electricity with it, make more iron. And I think Mr. Bhattacharya mentioned some examples which indirectly leverage this theme also. Use the reduction gas for what it's meant, not for where you have low carbon alternatives. So to sum it up, breakthroughs in hydrogen, direct solar to hydrogen, and changing the blast furnace. If I pick these two themes for the steel industry, I think they could go a long way, and India can really make a difference, because very soon we might be the champions of the blast furnace capacity around the world, along with Japan and Korea maybe.
Thank you, Ashok. That's really food for thought. And I hope people here are listening to these ideas, and fantastic. And these would perhaps be seeds to further research and technology development in furthering the cause of the blast furnace, if I may put it that way. Yeah, thank you. So you heard this theme of efficiency going through. You spoke about efficiency materials, right? You also talked about coal-based, the proliferation of coal-based DRI that we have. Now, it's an asset that we already have in the country, right? And if en masse we're going to change all the blast furnaces or the coal-based DRIs into all gas-based DRIs, that's not going to happen, right? It's a huge capital investment, right? Are there thoughts in place to convert, for example, coal-based DRI into a gas-based DRI with minimal capital investment or significantly less capital investment than putting up a new gas-based DRI plant? Can we do modifications on existing assets to maximize the use of gas, minimize the use of raw coal, pure carbon, pure-ish carbon?
There are technology available. The ACAR process was there, which Odisha, this is Odisha Sponge Iron Limited, they took that process where gas can be used in a DRI process, but partially coal. But they changed their reactor because that gas was they were used to diesel oil they were using, which was not economic. So they converted to coal-based. So I have already mentioned that in the coal-based DRI also modification is required. Amount of gas which can be used for the reaction or reduction of iron oxide, and that needs to be seen, and technological modification will be definitely possible in where we are using the air inside this reactor, where in those cases, most probably where the reaction joule, which is towards the end of the discharge, that area, if we can use gases, then the reduction will take place. It is if we use this at the initial part, it will not take part in the reduction reaction. So that can be a process. Understand that there is also some development in our country. JSPL Raigad, they have also lots of this coal-based DRI, and they have ovens also. So most probably they are trying something over there, but the technology is available. It's the existing coal-based processes that needs to be really looked into, and modifications, whatever is required, modification in the injection system, what is required, that may be taken up. The pilot trial that can be done, and there are DRI pilot plants over there. In Bhubaneswar, they have a kiln which was being used by the Odisha Sponge Iron, that was now relocated at Bhubaneswar
IMMT.
And but they are using for other materials because the length of this reactor is less. As such, length of the reactor will be less when we are using a gas. That is why it was a Acker design. It is a Acker design type of reactor. So further research can be done by industry who are really dealing with that, these gas-based, coal-based DRI, including Bhushan, Jindal, and others are there. There are very high numbers of coal-based DRI working in one plant, 6-7 coal-based DRI plants working in one plant. There, it's definitely they can try together, and some technological modification, some mechanical injection system, so that reaction takes place. If that can be done, it is possible to reduce the load.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya, for that insight, and I'm sure again people are listening, and there's opportunity here to at least try and develop technologies which can open up vistas to to economize on the change and transition in the technologies. Which brings me to Anvesha again. Anvesha, you mentioned about stakeholders, right? At the beginning of your last speech. And you said, who's the stakeholder? And quickly you went on to say the 2070 target of net zero set for India. Now, I was wondering whether the new generation of which you are a part is as patient. This is new generation which demands and has made Marks and Spencer's change and enough for them to sell used clothes. This is the power of the consumer. So will the consumer wait for 2070 to happen? Or will they be impatient and demand green materials to come out of the plants sooner than that? And therefore, what the implications are.
That's a great question. By no means I am anyway close to being, in the millennial generation or the generation after that. I'm probably closer to, yours. But yes, I do, I do have a young team. So I completely agree with you. Amongst our team members as well, we are seeing, the preference to kind of work on, because we're a large power and utilities practice, right? And we do everything from oil and gas to, to coal power, to renewable energies. I can see a preference, they do feel that, they want to work in clean technologies and they want to kind of make a difference to, India's future. So I think you bang on. I think in the stakeholders, it was remiss of me not to mention our employees. I think if we want talent and if we want innovation, as somebody pointed out, that this is going to be, the center of things to come. If we want to attract talent, we need to be able to make them proud of the workplace and of the culture and what it stands for. And it means having clear climate targets and a clear climate action plan, because I think the younger generation, they are very connected. They are very aware, they're very inclusive, and they're very curious as a group. And they want to drive the change in a way, nobody has done before and nobody can going forward. So I think to attract them, to retain them, to empower them, they need to have a seat, on the board. And that board has to kind of, and I'm not talking about board as in the board of the company as such, but, but they need to have a seat at the table, and, and that table has to talk about what really matters to them. So yes, absolutely. I completely agree with you that they're an important stakeholder over here.
Which gives all of us a target which is much stiffer than the 2070 net zero, I think. And I think this is an industry would do good for themselves if they heed to that voice, right? And plan accordingly. And as you rightly said, it's not only about meeting the target; it's also about attracting the next talent, right? That's another issue of sustainability. It's not only environment, it's not only financial, it's also about human resource. And where would you get your human resource if they get dissuaded by what you stand for? So thank you very much, and thank you all the three panelists. I think we've reached the end of the scheduled time. We have covered a lot of areas. We have covered technologies for hydrogen. We have covered new ideas on hydrogen generation or directly from sunlight. We have seen how possibly capex can be at least lightened during the transition period from one carbon-based to a less carbon-based gas-based technology. And we have seen how low-cost financing can be approached, how we can take a step-by-step view, and how important it is to take the views of the next generation who are going to be our leaders 2035 onwards, maybe, right? And they are going to run our companies. So thank you all three. Thank you, Anvesha. Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. Thank you, Ashok, for your inputs. It's been wide-ranging and insightful. It's been a pleasure to coordinate this session. I now hand it back to Arnab.
Thank you, sir. It's a wonderful session and very. It's a subject that very close to everyone's heart, and of course, so we are really grateful to Mr. Ashok Kumar for joining us from UK, and despite of his busy schedule. Ms. Anvesha Thakkar, a special thanks to you, and also Mr. Spotik Bhattacharya. Really, I know that you are personally very busy with your personal commitment, and despite of that, you have joined. Just with the concluding remarks, I just wanted to say that we have talked about decarbonization, the green economy, and all, and I just wanted to make one comment with the permission of our mentor that since you were asking about the patience of the millennial generation. So we have talked about sustainability for a long time. We have talked about a number of standards. It started with even Mr. Ellington started this 3P concepts. The basic question that remains that still haunts me, it's a line from a Polish poet that, is it progress if a cannibal uses a fork? So that remains the question to all of us, that whether this net zero will come or not. Now, the purpose of doing business, unless it's shift from the profit to impact and we move towards impact economy, I think the millennial generation will definitely think about it and will reassess the so-called sustainability and all. So with this, it's a wonderful session. We thank you all. We conclude this business session 4. Thanks again. We'll be back in 4:30 with our concluding session on the non-ferrous sector. Thank you all. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anisha. Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. Thank you, Ashok.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Chairman and Managing Director of MECL, has joined us, and also Dr. P.K. Banerjee, Chief Technology Officer, Hindalco, is with us, and this is Sunil Parashar, General Manager, Materials and Contracts, Hindustan Copper Limited, has joined us. The session will be moderated by Mr. Anubhav Jain, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group. I'll hand it over to Mr. Jain to take the session forward from here. Over to you, Mr. Jain.
Thank you, Anub. Very kind of you, and good evening to all our viewers, and good evening to the eminent panel I have here. So just to give you a quick introduction, my name is Anubhav Jain. I'm a Managing Director and Partner with Boston Consulting Group. I lead our metals and minerals practice in India and part of a global leadership team, which actually looks at forwarding the agenda of metals and mining, not only in India, but globally. I think experience-wise, I would have the least experience of the panel. So I'm looking forward to learning quite a bit from the panel here today and getting a lot from their experience. With that, if I can ask Dr. P.K. Banerjee and Sunil to actually also give a bit of intro to themselves, and then I'll start with the session.
Good evening. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Dr. Roth. Yeah.
Yeah, good evening to one and all. It was a pleasure being part of this panel discussion being organized by BCCI. And I'm glad to be here. Primarily, I'm a geologist by academics. I have been pursuing geoscience in all the facets of the projects. And I'm currently the Chairman and Managing Director of Mineral Exploration Corporation Limited with additional charge of Bharat Gold Mines as the MD, and I'm the CEO of Kabil, and I have been also the Director General of GSI for about 1 year. Thank you.
Very good evening, and this is Dr. P.K. Banerjee. I am Chief Technology Officer of Hindalco Industries Limited. I am with non-ferrous sector for last 7.5 years, and before that I was with Tata Steel and working in the ferrous segment. I'm basically a chemical engineer with whole life spent on metallurgy or metal industries. So I'm rather a metallurgist today. I'm really delighted to be here in this panel, the topic which is so close to my heart. Looking forward. Thank you.
My name is Sunil Parashar. I am working with Hindustan Copper at present as General Manager, Commercial, and looking after the procurement and the marketing of Hindustan Copper. I am associated with this company since 1989, just after passing out from Indian School of Mines. And my initial career was there in the mines area, and subsequently for last more than 25 years, I am into marketing division, and I was looking after the marketing of copper and copper byproducts in North and then in South. And since last 5 years, I am posted in corporate office, now looking after the procurement as well as the marketing of copper products. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. So let me start. I think in any metals and mining conclave, the ferrous part of the world gets a lion's share of both the airtime as well as attention, given the size and the importance of that sector. But it's a delight that we are having this discussion on the non-ferrous metals. And I think if the last half century was primarily had primarily ferrous as the limelight or as the central metal for us to be really progressing as an economy, I think the next half a century will belong to the non-ferrous minerals and metals. And therefore there are, as I was looking at this particular segment, there are multiple challenges which I believe exist. There is a demand part of the equation where we are falling way behind what the global standards are. We are 1/4, 1/5 across all the kind of minerals, whether it is copper, aluminum, zinc, or any other non-ferrous metals, right? Now, there are demand side challenges, but there also are supply side challenges, both from exploration to mining and so on. And then as I look at our own production and refining footprint, it's not very huge, not enough to meet the demand that we are aspiring for. Plus, it comes with many other challenges, whether it is the talent, whether it is the sustainability part of equation, where we are more than 50% more carbon intensive than any of the global counterparts. The challenges exist across the value chain. And then to add to it, given the kind of trade imbalances which we see in the commodity world today, there is a lot of scrap import without quality assurances. There's a lot of recycling which is going on, which is quite fragmented, and so on and so forth. So the complete value chain, I believe, needs quite a bit of improvement and quite a bit of step change for us to actually see this non-ferrous mineral segment becoming the next driver of growth for India. So with that, let me also start with then the demand side of equation. And given your background, Mr. Sunil, let me bring you on this topic first. Like I mentioned, we are like 1/5 or 1/4 of the global standards, whether it is copper, aluminum, and other non-ferrous minerals. We are growing at a 4, 5, 10% clip, right? But that's not what the expectation is. If we really have to become a powerhouse in this particular industry, we have to grow 2x, 4x, and we have to grow there by tomorrow, day after, in the next 5, 7 years, not in 20 years, not in 50 years. What do we really need to do to actually achieve that kind of growth? Who needs to do that, or who needs to take the actions there?
Abhinav, it's like this, that the per capita consumption of copper in India is right now hovering around 0.5 or 0.6 kg, whereas the international standard wise it is somewhere around, say, 3.2 or 3.5 kgs as such. So this is as far as the per capita consumption is there. Now, coming down to the copper industry as such, we only have 0.3% of the total world reserves. When I say 0.3% of the total world reserves, that means that yes, we are not having good reserves which can be converted and we can be self-sufficient in copper. Coming down to the demand and supply part, let me take you way back to early 90s as such. Hindustan Copper Limited was the only copper company. Hindustan Copper Limited was the only company which was vertically integrated, and we were right from the mining to the smelting stage and ultimately the end product. Way back in 91, when the reform started, the copper industry opened, and then what happened is that two big players who came up with their shore-based smelters, and whereby then by 2000 they established their plant in one in Dahej and another one is Tuticorin, and thereby the copper started being produced in India, but again the raw material was being imported. Now, if you ask me today, somewhere around the demand of the copper in India is around 6.6 lakh tons per annum, and after 18 years, India has again become a net importer of copper. Now, to balance upon the demand and the supply side, as I told you, in India, the demand is somewhere around 6.6 lakh tons per annum. With one of the shore-based smelter getting closed, we have imported nearly about 3.5 lakh tons of copper in this financial year till now. So there is a disbalance right now, and to boost up the demand of copper in Indian market, the government is working on multiple forums and they are trying to expand the consumption of the copper. There are 25 sectors which has been identified by the government, and they are likely to give a boost to the copper consumption, and those industries are mainly from the automobile sector, from the infrastructure sector, from the railways, and from the defense. So these are the sectors whereby the copper demand is likely to come, and where the India is progressing, I think in another couple of years, our per capita consumption is likely to increase to 1 kg from 0.5 or 0.6 at present. In India, the problem is right now with the mining industry as such is that we don't have good reserves right now, as I told you. And secondly, there are few constraints with respect to the mining industry as such. Copper being a very highly capital sensitive item, the mining industry has to be given a boost in order to produce more. And with the aim of this Atmanirbhar India or Bharat, we have to ensure that we, the domestic players of copper, are able to cater to the maximum requirement in India as such. Mining industry, yes, as I told you, the grades of copper is also playing a very vital role. Right now, we are mining somewhere around 1% grade of copper, which is considerably less if you compare it with the other part of the world as such. So the demand has to be met, and the demand will come from these 25 sectors where the government is making a push.
Got it.
Once the demand comes from these sectors, obviously the per capita consumption will increase and we would be able to produce and use more copper as such. Copper is a very highly price sensitive thing. The way LME regulates the copper prices, it is something which needs to be also looked into it. Today, the LME of copper is hovering around $10,000 as such. So what happens is that the cost of copper product today, if you ask me, on an average, is somewhere around 7 lakh rupees per ton. We are very price sensitive. So the moment the prices of the copper shoots up, people try to look toward the other alternatives. So that is one area where the prices have to be seen, and the more we produce and the volume of the production will certainly allow the industry to use more copper.
Got it. No, those are great thoughts. And let me go to Dr. Pradeep again on the demand part. But I just want to have, and then I'll come to Dr. Ranjit, because there's a lot of discussion on the mining and the exploration side. But Dr. Pradeep, when we talked about the demand drivers, we talked a lot about the government making sure that with these 25 sectors, there is a bit of boost which is going to happen. What about the industry? What can the industry do to actually improve this demand? Not everything can be left to the government to actually improve the demand part.
Yeah, see, if you look from the supply side, the aluminium particularly we are talking about, today we are 4 million tons. And as you rightly said, if 5% growth will be around 7.3 by 2030. That's the kind of growth we are expecting. But if you want more or multiple times, then obviously it has to go to 10 million tons kind of thing, or even more than that. So then comes where from we will be able to provide that much of additional aluminum produced. Well, immediately, of course, thought will come, we can get quite a good amount from recycling of aluminum and all. But we'll discuss that later. That's possibly is not going to happen because of, in spite of so much of advantage of recycling aluminum brings, but it's going to be highly competitive. So availability will be issue. The cost advantage which we are getting today is not going to happen. So that means we really need to have additional capacity. The primary aluminum production has to go up. So that is the primary requirement to meet those increased demand. But of course, there are huge challenges from industry point of view. If you see the primary aluminum production, as already mentioned, that it is very, very capital intensive. You have to have a huge amount of capital invested. So obviously you have to look very long-term investment with return and all. And the second thing, I will say rather the risk factor is going to be enormous, particularly for aluminum industry. And that's primarily because we are almost at a crossroad right now on the carbon footprint point of view. In India, if you go for aluminum productions, It is only the physical route is the coal-based power. So there is right now, we do not see any alternative solutions. If that is the case, and if you go for a coal-based power and all and invest, just see the way things are happening or changes happening. Is it not going to be very risky up to a few years from now? So that means if you make an investment decision at this point, we need to see the long-term risk and how we are going to mitigate that. That has to be done right now. What are the alternatives? Yeah, there are opportunities. There are opportunities can be explored, and industry is definitely going to look into that. But a lot of support will be needed for those kind of investment. When you are going for green investment, I'm sure there will be a lot of interest rate reduction and all could be expected, because that's the way investors are looking right now. But still, where are the technology? What are the technologies? Can we have a assurance of round the clock RTC kind of power supply to smelter? Because that's absolutely necessary. Without that, primary aluminum industries are not going to have build any plant, and that's exactly what we do. We have 120% captive thermal-based power plants. I mean, coal-based plus 20% extra, just to ensure that we have round-the-clock power. So that's the kind of thing. And if you go for renewable kind of energy, then do you have that kind of technology which can provide that with assurance? That means hybrid with storage and of course the cost factor. So I think that's going to be a very, very big decision-making point, the energy input side. And of course, the raw materials, the resource, which is absolutely must for such industries, because for 1 ton, almost 18 to 20 tons of raw materials needed, coal plus bauxite ore. So that assurance, that quality, so those are the big things, that must be assured. Without that, one cannot have investment for 20 years. But going forward, because we have coal, because we have bauxite ore in the country, maybe quality issue, and we can address that. That is a possibility, and that is the only way we can cope up with those increased demand. And I'm sure primary aluminum industry will be able to cope up with overcoming those challenges.
Excellent. Good points, Dr. PK. Let me then come to Dr. Ranjit. Dr. Ranjit, I think both Sunil and Pradeep from their vantage point have earmarked that supply is going to be a big issue when it comes to an increase in demand, which will come from various levers, both from private as well as public sources. Your thoughts on that? Where do you see challenges in this increase in the supply, both from exploration to the mining part of this value chain?
While I appreciate the fact that both Hindustan Copper and Hindalco has put forward their points with respect to copper and aluminium, one thing I'm convinced that demand is not a problem. There is demand, and demand is bound to grow with the kind of 1.3 billion population that we have. But what bothers me is availability of raw material in the value chain and availability of a technology which should meet the current commitments. So if there is a price point for meeting the demand, end of the day, if it is import substitution, it is worth attempting. Therefore, one thing that I would align my thoughts with Dr. Banerjee is probably thermal will have to stay here. As far as aluminium is concerned, you cannot take thermal out. But then can we bring in a clean coal technology for that? So there is a delta cost added to the value chain. So clean coal technology could be a consideration as far as the electricity component of aluminium is concerned. But what is more important is assurance of raw material. To me, the entire gamut of non-ferrous metal, be it copper, diamond, gold, aluminium, or any other non-ferrous metal per se, what is more important is availability of raw material. I tend to slightly differ what Sunil said from HCL point of view, that we need to augment our exploration campaign. We need to have continuous accrual of reserves. So there is a nice way of looking at resources, invest in exploration. To me, not because I'm CMD of Mineral Exploration Corporation Limited, but otherwise as a geologist, I strongly believe that exploration in the raw material component of the value chain is an investment. It is not an expenses. The moment we bring in this thought process, whether it is ferrous or non-ferrous, the perception changes. So I would raise my initial thoughts on this, that A, look at exploration as an investment. B, create a value chain of raw materials which is available. Now, one thing, India has a distinct and very unique geology. It is not necessary that you get all the minerals here, but we are fortunate to have the non-ferrous minerals plentifully available. What is needed is exploration.
And if the exploration, if the minerals are available, what are the other challenges that you believe? I mean, exploration as an investment is one starting point, but then what about the next part of value chain, which is mining and so on and so forth?
See, to me, it's like this. The moment you have an accrual of reserves, then that helps you to source funding. That's number one. But the mid-segment part, the technology component, is something which we need to work on. So that is where I'm glad that we have Dr. Banerjee, who is the Chief Technology Officer of Hindalco, and I'm sure Hindalco must be doing well in terms of technology implementation. So that is one component which we must also look at. And this is applicable not only in aluminum or copper. Let's talk about gold. We are 100% import oriented gold. The whole, I mean, what appears to me, probably we are not the largest, the only consumer of gold, if I can take the liberty of saying so. But our production of gold is only one company, that is Hatti Gold Mines. That's a state PSU. But if you look at the unexplored terrain of the country, let's say entire Karnataka, we have so much of area to be explored. We have areas to be explored in Madhya Pradesh. We have areas to be explored in Jharkhand. We have areas to be explored in Rajasthan. Now, that is the exploration part. The technology part is we are attuned to extract gold through cyanide method. Now, there are parallel technologies available. The point is, who will take that step? Who will actually invest in bringing in that technology and produce gold? So to me, market is not a question. The question is, do we have an enabling mechanism for creating raw material and technology?
Nice thoughts there, Dr. Rajiv. Let me bring in Sunil on this one as well. Sunil, from your vantage point, while technology is a key requirement, what do you think of the talent and the contractors and the people who are going to actually do it? Do we have enough of that in India? Do we need to work on that? How is that going to enable all of us in actually mining more of this?
Abhinav, what has happened during the last 1 decade or so is that everything is getting outsourced. Now the mining industry, it is outsourcing its activity to other contractors as such. Coming down to the copper industry as such, we don't have quite a big pool of contractors as such who are having that expertise to do the work in the copper field as such. One of the recent way of mining is through MDO route. Now, when I say through MDO route, it is having a very long gestation period of say 15 years or 20 years. Now, we don't get adequate number or competent contractors who are willing to take such type of projects as such. Copper, as I told you, it is a very high value item and the gestation period is quite large. It is highly capital intensive. Today, if I say to any contractor, okay, you take this particular thing on our behalf, he wants a return immediately, whereas the returns will come after say more than 10 years or so. So nobody is right now willing to invest so much into that industry where he gets a return after 10 years or so. And with the dwindling grades, it is even more a concern. In Hindustan Copper, we had a very good open cast mine in our Malanchkhand area. Now we have reached a fag end of that particular mine, and now we are going underground. Now moving from a open cast mine to a underground mines technology, it is altogether a unknown terrain, and it will take couple of years for us to streamline and continue the production to that level as such. I had mentioned to you about LME. I have seen a LME as low as $1,300, and I have seen a LME as high as $12,000. So in this wide range, it becomes very important that we need to have the returns immediately and in cash upon the prevailing LMEs. So this is another challenge area for us.
And when you talk about having these capable MDO contractors, is there some policy intervention which is needed, or is this something where water will find its own level, and over a period of time we will have enough companies coming in as capable contractors who will have good technologies, both open cast as well as underground, and they will be able to support you? Do we let it play out, or do we need some interventions?
Hey, it's like this. It is just a now mining industry. It is more of a volume game. Now, with the given conditions, Dr. Rath would be able to supplement it better. We don't have a very rich reserves of copper at present. Barring Hindustan Copper, few mines, may it be in Khetri, may it be in Malanchkhand, or may it be in Ghatshila, where we are having an operation. I don't see any big or economically viable, I'm using the word economically viable, copper mines reserves which can be started. So this will remain a very big challenge for us. And therefore, what Mr. Rath is saying is absolutely clear. Investment in exploration is something which needs to be looked after, but again, it is capital intensive. So and mining of copper, it remains a big challenge for us.
And Dr. Ranjit, then a question to you. If I look at MDO, I can understand these are still SME kind of businesses. But if I look at mining in general, we have very few large-scale private operators, apart from a few, of course, which are PSU-led, right? Vedanta is one example, Tata Steel, but for their own consumption. There are a handful of large private miners who have both the capability and the capability from a technology as well as the investment appetite to look for those long-term returns, right? What needs to be done to actually get more private large players like the Rios and the Vales and the Extratas of the world into this mining sphere in India? You're on mute.
See, the whole issue is, let's be very clear that Vales and Extrata or Rio Tinto would not come to India to become an MDO. They would come here. They would come here to operate as an owner, as a mine operator. They will not come back. So these are two different things. As far as the MDO is concerned, it is actually, to me, a kind of encouraging ecosystem or a kind of a startup where slowly the startup would grow. So this is one aspect. The second aspect is opening up what the current reform process which has already initiated, where earlier we were taking the exploration level to a certain level, exploration exposure, and then the state governments were asked to auction it. Today, what has happened, the state governments are enabled to auction large land parcels with a lesser exploration level. Means you are actually inviting overseas or domestic investors to come explore and then transfer the exploration data to seamlessly to mining. Means instead of a mining lease, you have an opportunity to do composite licensing. So by virtue of this, what is happening, that you are encouraging someone to come with a latest or advanced technology for exploration. So this is the way I think that it's a change. We are actually going through a kind of a transformational change. So the rules have been amended very recently. Some of the states have become very aggressively pursuing this. And the focus is, last 5 years, if I look at it, there has been sustained focus on limestone and iron ore auction to meet the immediate shortfall. But currently, the way state governments are looking at, we are actually going to see many such non-ferrous blocks under auction, under composite licensing. So I'm looking at a very, very positive transformation in the years to come.
That is very nice to hear. Let me then now shift tracks to a topic which Dr. Pradeep actually talked about. If I look at just we have got raw material, we have got exploration lands, we are able to mine it out, we have the demand. But when it comes to processing that ore, I think while we need the capacity to actually be able to process it, which is limited in India, like I said, it still is highly carbon intensive. We still are 40-50% more carbon intensive than anyone else in the world at an average level, right? We need to move fast. And like you said, the technologies are going to come, they're going to have their own gestation period. It will take 5-10 years. What can the industry do now to actually be able to start upgrading, to be able to start becoming more or better on this particular aspect? And how do we get that in control?
There are two things. One, you are talking about the efficiency possibly in the process, how we can improve efficiency. Other, you are talking about carbon CO2 footprint point of view, decarbonizations. What are the steps? Okay, let me first the efficiency. Obviously, this is something is a hygiene. For any manufacturing company has to focus on improving efficiency. There is no way. In fact, the energy. If you talk one of the parameter, there is a scheme called PAT. Performs, achieve, and trade. That scheme itself is pushing you that you must be more energy efficient. If you are not energy efficient, obviously you have a penalty or some other form. But the most important part is that you need to be efficient. To have the whole process efficient and economic, you have to focus many things. And coming to aluminum industry, there are a lot of opportunities. Where at Hindalco, of course, we have a strong focus on efficiency improvement, and particularly the smelter. You see, the smelter where large energy is consumed. So there we are talking about the latest technologies, whether it's a state-of-the-art technology or even bringing improvement on the technologies. Almost we consume 13,500 kilowatt hour energy per ton aluminum. Just by bringing improvement into the technology itself, we can bring down by 1,000. And that's where we are working, and we have our own kind of a technology we have developed. With multiple initiatives like copper inside collector bar, etc. So we can achieve, almost 10% reduction in energy by doing those kind of improvement. And in the refining stage also we can bring improvement. So that is one part. We can do many. Now coming to the decarbonizations, which is something now. Very big thing, I must say, for most of the industries, and of course, the aluminum industry is a huge thing because our CO2 footprint is very high, almost 16 to 18 tons CO2 per ton of aluminum. That's very, very significant, and therefore we have to have very strong focus on mitigating CO2 part. Now, of course, there will be short-term, mid-term, and long-term kind of strategies. We cannot just wait that 2050 will be carbon neutral. Obviously, that's everybody is talking about, and we have also committed. There is no doubt in that. In fact, our commitment was made even 10 years back. I'll not say 10 years, during COP21, when there was a target given, that time itself we set a target that will reduce our specific energy and emission by 30-35% by 2030. So that was the kind of target we already set for ourselves, and we started working. Now, what are the things we are doing there? One major area, what extent we can bring renewable energy in our entire energy mix. Can we have difficulty, we know we have challenges, but then can we bring renewable energy in pockets, in different places and start implementing. And that's what was our first initiative. And I must, I'm rather very glad to say that already 50 megawatts of solar plant we have built, and another 2 months time will be 100 megawatts. That's quite a significant solar energy in our manufacturing processes. Not only that, we are looking as a short-term kind of inputs. We are looking into a kind of a hybrid, third-party supply kind of hybrid energy, where solar, wind plus storage solutions could be pump hydro or battery storage. So we are looking for one piloting at 20 megawatt scale, another 100 to 200 megawatts if it is if the linkage and all availability is there, we can go for it. So this is the kind of thing I see. It's a very achievable and kind of a short-term thing. Second is, electrifications. Fortunately, aluminum industry is electrified, I must say. 70% our energy is electricity. So that is done. But then the remaining, for example, the steam which we generate from fuel oils and all, can we have electric boilers? Or can we use some kind of a CNG kind of a, better gaseous fuels in our calciner or baking furnace and so there are this kind of opportunity will come, but there are technology challenges. It's not straightforward. You just stop one and start injecting the other fuel. So a lot of challenges are there, a lot of development activity to be done, but it can be done. So that's where we are also focusing. The third area, of course, again, we talked about the two rather long term. One is the green hydrogen and CCUS, but then one has to start. For example, carbon, CO2. So there is a possibility that we can capture the CO2 and pump into our waste, our own waste called bauxite residue. If we pump there, it will be sequestered. It will actually help in neutralizing the alkali which is present in bauxite residue. Now, these are the things is a short-term possibility, but you have to again do some experiment, develop technologies. So these things we are trying with, but at the same time, if there is a piloting options getting for capturing CO2, either sell it or convert into methanol or some kind of product. So those are the opportunities, are I'll say mid-term kind of opportunity we'll try. So we have a clear roadmap now to go to carbon neutrality by 2050. What are our targets year by year? And we have started taking action in those lines.
And while we are on the sustainability point, let me also touch upon with both Dr. Ajit and Sunil. Somewhere we mentioned that, for 1 ton of aluminum, we need 18 tons of run of mine. I'm sure that produces quite a bit of waste material to be handled, both in terms of gases, in terms of solid waste, in terms of water, and so on and so forth. What really do we need to do there? What kind of industrial improvements can we do to actually manage that part of sustainability?
As far as the copper industry goes, as I told you, we have about 1% copper in it. Remaining is just all the waste. So the copper tailings, it is a very big environmental issue for us. Our tailing banks are on the brink right now, and we are trying to elevate those tailing banks height to keep those tailings preserved and to see that it doesn't create environment issue. Another is rock waste. Now, this rock waste, we are exploring that whether these rock waste can be used, and yes, we have been able to make a breakthrough in having some sort of value chain system whereby we can supply this rock waste to the railways for their sleepers in the rail track as such, and it can be used in other places. As far as the smelting is concerned, yes, copper granulated slag is our waste product, and we are being able to dispose of this slag, though not in a big way, but in a smaller way, by giving it to those parties who use it for the sandblasting purpose or shipbuilding for making that corrosiveness and for blasting purpose, and that is the way it can be used. There is an attempt to see whether this slag can be used in road building or so. So these are the areas where we need to find out whether these waste materials can be used without harming the industry as such.
Dr. Ranjit, your point of view on this?
I have a slightly different point of view. There are alternatives available in terms of how do we handle the waste. But the way we are looking at it, probably Dr. Banerjee would agree with me. Companies need to have some earmarked fund for doing R&D. I'm sure some of the companies are very, very tech savvy, but the construct of our mining companies is primarily production. I mean, I may go wrong and I wish I am wrong, is primarily into production. So there has to be a very focused attention in terms of possible R&D interventions to handle the waste. Extraction of any other co-mineral in the waste is an opportunity. B, using those waste with some or value added or derivative products. So this has to be pursued very, very aggressive. It's not easy, but we have to do it because it's only incumbent upon us to do it. So probably the way we are looking at some kind of a percentage allocation for our CSR spend in a similar manner, I would kind of urge upon the corporate houses that could we also look at certain percentage dedicated for R&D activities. Now that is one. Second, it is also essential to remain afloat in this economically viable alternatives that is we call mining. So in a similar facility, similar way, we could also earmark certain percentage for exploration and we call it as an investment. Because in exploration, again, I'm going back, we have, if we are successful, the plant and then the machineries and then the mining and the investment cycle sets in. If we are not successful, we get a tax break of 30%. So the whole issue is we have to have 1% allocation for exploration, value chain number one, first. Second is 1% allocation for R&D. And third, with the commitment of ours in the COP, is can we have certain percentage identified for green technology interventions?
Got it.
Maybe I can add also, if you want.
Sure, Pradeep.
Yeah, because that's an interesting discussion because, how to manage waste. And possibly at aluminum industries, again, that's on the top of the agenda. It's primarily because, as rightly said, that if we consume 18 times raw materials and only 1 ton product, then where the rest goes. So obviously quite a good amount of waste will be generated, and that's exactly in aluminum industry. Almost 8 to 10 tons of waste, solid waste generated from 1 ton for 1 ton of aluminum. And primarily there are 2 waste for aluminum industry. One is the red mud, popularly known as, and we call it bauxite residue. That's a better name, bauxite residue. And the other one is the fly ash, of course. Bauxite residue roughly 3 to 4 ton. And that's a huge kind of a sustainability challenge for the aluminum industry across the globe. Today, it's a challenge, but as Dr. Rath was suggesting, it's an opportunity actually. This solid waste, when you look into that, and Hindalco has followed that, we have taken up that as an opportunity to create value from waste. Why to think of, we'll not get land to dispose of coming years. We have to have 100% utilizations. That means no landfill. So that is the kind of target we have to make it. And I'm very, very glad to tell you that last several years, we invested very, very significantly on bauxite residue. And one success which we achieved, which is a world benchmark, and that is the use of bauxite residue in cements. We did lab studies. We tried to replace the laterites, or low-grade bauxite itself used in cement plants. But we are thinking, why to use those kind of virgin material when we have such waste material with us? So did a lot of piloting, went to the plant, convinced them, and finally what happened in last 2 years, three of our refineries, one Belagavi, one at Muri, and one at Renukut, 100% of our bauxite residue now utilized, currently generated, is utilized in cement plants. The whole world is actually now discussing with us how we have achieved that. Of course, we have invested a lot. We had to supply the material at our cost to the cement plant to convince them. And that's exactly the way fly ash happened 10 years, 20 years back. And today, see, there are actually fight for fly ash for the cement making. So I'm sure it's going to happen. Coming years, people will be after bauxite residue for making cements. That's the way it has to go. Somebody has to take lead and do it. So this is one applications. We are also looking multiple others because there is one plant at Odisha where there is not many cement plants around or nearby. So in that case, we have to look for alternative. We have to develop technologies. So there we are doing multiple things for construction of road or even mine backfilling. Rather than making a new pond, why not the mine boys can be safely, environment friendly, we can go for refilling. And here we are partnering with all major organizations like Niri Nagpur, IIT Bombay, CPCB, SPCB. We have all come together. And we are working together to develop a process, demonstrate a pit, and then we'll take or make a SOP so that everybody can follow. So that's the kind of lead role I want us to play. We are trying our best to handle the solid wastes.
In fact, just taking the cue from Pradeep, excellent initiative. I must compliment and commend your efforts. We have a similar kind of tellings in Bharat Gold Mines Limited. I mean, so there are possibilities of extracting gold out of the existing telling, plus those recovered waste. There is a thought process, why can't it be used as micronutrients as a supplement to the food security? So extraction of gold is a definite possibility, which is happening in other parts of the globe as well. So that is being explored, plus usage of that for various other possibilities are being explored.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a very important point. When we talk about value creation from waste, we have to see a holistic solutions, not in a part solutions. For example, in bauxite residue, which I didn't talk about, is recovering all metal values with the zero waste is our ultimate objective. Now, what we are exactly doing in bauxite residue under Niti Aayog, it's a project led by Niti Aayog. We have brought all three primary aluminum companies. We have brought three major research labs, IMT Bhubaneswar, NML Jamshedpur, and JNRDTC Nagpur. So that means these 6 partners, we are contributing equally. All 6 partners is contributing equally, and we are going to pilot to develop a technology process by which we can recover iron, Fe, we'll recover aluminum as a metal, we'll recover titanium, and then we'll recover the rare earth elements. Some of the rare earths which is most valuable in the residue.
Excellent.
And finally, the residue which will be there, they will go for cement. So silica alumina rich residue will be cement. So see, this is a holistic kind of approach, and then only the whole thing will be gone in. Otherwise, somebody might have done that, recovering iron and stop there. It's not going to come. Nobody is going to take that technique because it's not going to.
So this is very heartening to hear, actually, that there is work and there is enough of scope available on both sides, both in the waste side and both on the carbon side, which we are very hopefully looking forward to from a long term. Let me shift the discussion now from this to I have 2 more topics, but let me go to the second topic. We talk of if I look at any of the business news today, automobile industry, the mobile handset or the laptop and so on and so forth industries are all hamstrung by the semiconductor shortage. India per se has completely missed the bus, whether it is about having the semiconductor minerals in terms of their security, owning the assets and so on, or having the manufacturing and the fabrication facilities, right? From your vantage point, while we have missed that bus, 20, 30 years down the line, there will be another wave. There will be some other minerals that will be needed from the non-ferrous part of the world. Where do you think, on which other minerals should we invest in, and what do we need to do to actually invest in to make sure we don't miss this bus again? So I'll start with maybe Dr. Ranjit there.
It's a very, very pertinent question if you ask me. And actually the non-ferrous segment is currently having done exceedingly well in aluminum or copper, and gold. Of course, we are already there. The energy minerals, I would call them, the lithiums, the cobalt, the vanadium, the REs, are actually the energy minerals and are actually the minerals of future. So we did a quick study, and as far as the criticality or strategic importance is concerned, with the current technologies that is available, both lithium and cobalt are standing out of a bouquet of 12 such minerals. So what has happened is, with our focus on the ferrous and non-ferrous minerals, I would tend to agree that serious concerted effort is required in terms of exploring such minerals. So there is a lot of initiatives has already been taken up. As we speak, Geological Survey of India, Atomic Minerals Directorate and MECL, all of these organizations have already geared up to take up exploration in this particular landscape and looking for these minerals. But that's not enough, because the demand is huge. We are looking at an EV revolution, I would say. So like up to 2030, if you ask me, the lithium and cobalt will be about, say, 1 lakh ton minimum at the lithium carbonate equivalent. Now, two things that comes to your mind. One is we have to secure a supply side assurance of these minerals. So this supply side assurance primarily will require overseas assets or asset acquisitions overseas, because there are select countries where such minerals are available. So that is one part of it. Let's say the ABC of Latin America or the Australia or select countries in Africa, as far as the mineral security point of view is concerned. Second is the technology development, because let's say we import the mineral, what will happen to it? So we need to have a call on the technology development part of the value chain before it is used as a battery pack in the e-mobility alternatives, or in the defense alternatives, or in the aviation sector. So while exploration in the country is an imperative, we are looking at overseas asset acquisitions, both B2B and G2G. We are pretty aggressive about it right now. Simultaneously, I would call upon the industry participants that here is an opportunity to bring technology through collaboration, and then such technologies are available. It is like creating an ecosystem within the country.
Got it. Thanks. Any thoughts from Sunil, Dr. Pradeep?
So I would like to supplement what Dr. Rath has said, and I would give a small, my viewpoint is that the mining industry has to unite together. The mining industry has to come, since HCL is a part of Ministry of Mines, what would be prudent that all the mines, whether it is ferrous or non-ferrous, it should fall under one ministry. Right now, these some coal mines are under steel ministry, some are under another ministry. So if every mining industry comes under one particular, mining companies come under one industry, it would be a better way of putting forward the requirement of the mineral and the mining industry in India.
Dr. Pradeep?
Yeah, I think that's very interesting discussion. A very good points came out. I will just add one small point. I'll rather say it's a low-hanging fruit for this particular challenge. And that's using the e-scraps. So if you see in the country today, there are huge amount of lithium, cobalt, and those kind of critical minerals already floating around and as a waste materials. Now, how make a system or a kind of a framework within which we can capture those e-scrap, process that, and needs a indigenous technology. It's not that you'll get ready-made kind of technology. We quickly need to develop a technology by which we can recover those metal values, the important metal values from those scrap, and use it. Today, what happened? Most of these scraps and all, it is burned and converted to oxide and exported. It's going outside. What is needed is that we just need some facilities, some technology, and recover those values, and it keep on accumulating with time. Today already there is huge volume there. So I think that's a quick solutions, and that's the low-hanging kind of opportunity in that space, and we must immediately try for that.
That I think is a fantastic thought, and I'll just touch on the last subject because you touched about recycling. I think both in copper, aluminium, as well as other metals like you were talking about, recycling is a big part of our demand supply equation today, right? We are importing quite a bit. The inverted tax structure is causing a lot of scrap as well as defected FG kind of import, which is then getting recycled and being sold as final products, right? Now, there are challenges with this industry. There are no quality standards because they are unregulated. Lot of SMEs, the emissions are high, the costs are unviable, and so on and so forth. What can we do to actually not regulate but give more structure to this industry? Scrap collection, recycling, get some scale in there, so both it is efficient as well as value accretive to the whole ecosystem per se.
Well, if you see with respect to copper industry, I can see a huge divide between organized and an unorganized sector. Now, in copper, what is happening is that the unorganized sectors is playing a very big role in making copper, which is not as per the quality which the country requires. And those coppers are hazardous not only to the industry, but it is hazardous to the environment as such. So this unorganized copper sector needs to be monitored and regularized so that they can come in a mainstream. The virgin copper, as I told you, it is highly capital intensive, and there is a huge price difference between these two. I would supplement it with the unorganized copper sector. It is sold by something by name Super D. Now, the very first thing a copper consumer will, whosoever is there into wire or cable industry, he will just have a comparative कि Super D का price क्या है और main price क्या है. So there is a huge gap, and obviously we are more price sensitive. So we have to see to it that we make the industry in such a manner that the benefit of this copper recycling is used in a proper way. Secondly, there is a huge influx of imports. Now the government has been signing FTA with different countries. And when it signs an FTA, agreed that it is as per the WTO regulations, but that disturbs the cycle in the domestic industry. Our endeavor is that we should make our domestic industry so resilient that it works on the line of Atmanirbhar India rather than importing copper and then doing it. Lot of cash flow goes out in that context. In this context, I would like to add is that HCL has already signed an agreement with one of our biggest conglomerate of copper, and we are no more exporting our products. Instead, we are giving it to the domestic industry for their own consumption, and that is a win-win situation for both of us.
No, that is great. Sunil, you talked about monitoring and bringing them into the mainframe, and I think there is a policy angle to it. But can the industry also, or let me ask, why is the industry not taking enough steps to actually be a large player who can bring in a lot of capabilities, a lot of money to organize this industry? You know, collect, recycle, scrap, sort them, put the right money behind it to actually process it well, and then create safe, regulated kind of copper, which then goes back into the mainstream. Why? What do we need to do to actually give this benefit to the industry or impetus to the industry?
The industry has to realize that the quality parameters cannot be compromised, and it should not be compromised. That is the main thing.
Dr. Pradeep?
I think let me give you one example. Possibly then it will be very clear that what are the challenges there. Let's take the example of aluminium can body, which we use, this soft drinks or beer bottle.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to recycle these things, what is the challenge? Number one is that you have to segregate it. You have to get that can body as a scrap for can body. That's number one. Done. Next step is that processing. Now, for processing, one has to go for proper, burning, then collection of the gases, separations, and also, so you have to ensure that there is no pollutions from there. So you need a good facility for gas incinerations or recuperator for heat recovery. So there is a good amount of investment, but even that can be done. After that, once you melt this can body as a metal, what next? You have to process that, roll that to make a can body stock, which needs a very, very specialized kind of facility, which is not there in India. Now, if you do not have those kind of facility, which will make this metal, then make kind of, slab and roll into a can body stock, then it can't go to a can manufacturer. There are can manufacturers in the country today, but nobody can really make the can body stock for it. So we import. So now what is happening, because of this gap, this kind of scraps will be going for different uses. After melting, people think all are aluminium, but it's not a case. Can body thing has a particular alloy, whereas if your automobile scrap is a different alloy, or a foil has a different alloy. So this segregation and proper treatment of that is absolutely necessary. For that we need facilities, and today we do not have those kind of complete capability in the country, and needs to be built. And if that is done, the recycling definitely is something will be promoted.
Got it. Excellent points. I think we are also approaching the limit of our time, so I'll give it back to Arnab. Arnab, quite a few points there from the eminent panelists in terms of what can be done both on policy as well as industrial initiatives. Back to you to wrap it up with some questions or thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Just we were just Dr. Roth has elaborated one thing about the gold exploration in India. Like somebody wanted to ask that what are the possibilities in the near future that the private companies will bring down investment in the gold exploration sector? What is your view on that? Who all would be the private?
Actually, I'm very, very offbeat about the current reforms with the opening of and continuous auction process, which has been already started by select state governments. The state governments are getting benefited in terms of revenue assurance, and opportunities are being created for investors in terms of having a composite licensing mechanism. So I'm very offbeat, and it's going to show results.
Okay, even so, since the composite license you have talked about, even the small players can also enter into the market.
I mean, see, it's not about small players or large players anymore. If I have a composite license, I'm successful, I can find buyers. Right. So that first plunge, I would call it, actually, we have encouraged a kind of a startup kind of ecosystem here also.
Okay. That's a wonderful suggestion. So, sir, we will be coming up with the detailed proceedings of the entire deliberations of today, and we will share our notes with you so that we can come up with a set of recommendations. So I think that would be more helpful for us. So with this, we thank you all. Thanks to Dr. Ranjit Rath, Chairman and MD MECL, Dr. P.K. Banerjee, Chief Technology Officer, Hindalco, Mr. Sunil Parashar, General Manager, MNC, Hindustan Copper, and of course, we congratulate Mr. Anubhav Jain, MD and partner of Boston Consulting Group, for wonderfully moderating the entire session. With this note, we would end this concluding session on the non-ferrous challenges and opportunities. And thank you all for participating in this particular e-Conclave.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, everyone.